We'll start in 1 minute from now. Wow. Okay, guys, so we are back. And it always amazes me to see how you look so trained now after 1 weekend full of hacking, and it's coming up to an end. It's very nice to see you still motivated and inspired to come and deliver some cool presentations. It's so awesome. Guys, we still have a little bit of space in here, so please join us. If you don't have a seat yet, don't mind the cameras. This is about the community feel. And also, join us here and welcome on the stream also. We are streaming live from Copenhagen, Blocks Hub, together with our talented hackers and the full community. So without further ado, let's get going. Okay, so I just quickly want to mention that without our partners at this event, we wouldn't be able to host this party for you guys. So we are not alone. RB Software, Molio, Rambøll, Covi, Webuild Denmark, PropTech Denmark, and Dalux, thanks a lot for supporting us in being able to set this up with the community. Thank you, guys. I also want to thank our jury in the corner over here. You will meet first Thiago Pereira from the left. Welcome, Thiago. You have been with us one time before. When you're not doing hackathons, you are spearheading the Nordfi company. And you also actually went to the first day of the hackathon on Friday, winning a prize at the Tech Awards. So congratulations with that. I hope that you will give back to the community now. Next is Timo Lehtinen, CEO of Kirjahub in Finland. You have always also been with us for quite some time now. Very stable contributor and also participant of our community. Thank you for joining us from Finland, Timo. It's a true pleasure to have you back.
Thank you.
We have a new face in the panel as well. Today it's Salla Eckhart. You're also joining us from Finland, CEO from Sara. You also run Seabright on the side of that. You have a lot of good experience from the industry, has been a director of Microsoft in the States, and you have been around the community actually for quite some time. Thank you for joining us from Finland. And we have Michael Schwartz. You have been a partner at the event for some years, but most and foremost, you have been a very strong contributor to our community. I can't stress enough how important your how would you say, contribution has been over the years. Thanks a lot for taking such big part of it. So thank you, guys. Let's give them a quick hand. And Damon, could you maybe just refresh these criteria for our participants?
Sure. Man, for the judges, that was the most unenthusiastic clapping. Y'all should have lost y'all shit. Anyways, but no, I just want to say for Teemu and for Salla as well. But they also I met them through the hackathons in the U.S. So it's kind of cool to see. They've seen what's done on that side, and they'll see what's done on this side. So as a judging criteria, remember in your presentations, now today you have up to 10 minutes. So don't go over 10 minutes or I will very rudely tell you to, all right? STFU. All right. So just make sure the only people who are allowed to ask questions, as y'all know afterwards, are just the judges. Then we should take a little bit of a break, I think, halfway through, as we normally do. Make sure you state what is the problem that you're solving. Is your solution something that can be implemented on Monday? Be honest, please, on the code, right? How much of it did you build? Things like that. Also, state what standards are you using? Is your stuff open source? This isn't a requirement, but it is just nice. And yeah, that's the main thing. Just make sure you can articulate well what was the problem, how y'all nailed it, how you didn't. I know sometimes the judges like to hear what are the challenges and the frustrations and the things that you ran into. And then if there is time for those that are applicable, if you want to share how you look to take it forward, that's also something that you can do as well. Any questions about what's about to go down? Oh, I'm back in Finland. Okay, cool. Sweet. All right, so this should be pretty good then. And are we? Y'all have over there? Okay, sweet. Everybody's good. All right, so here's the order that we have. Everyone that is presenting sees their team up there, correct?
Did everybody register correctly?
Okay, guys, this is not the part where you be quiet, okay? Everyone that registered sees their team up there, correct? Yes, okay, cool. Is there anyone who does not see their team up there? You two. Okay, scan the QR code and put your team on there, all right? And then we'll throw down. As you can see, if there are any people who are sticklers for schedule, do not get anxiety because this is not the times that this is going to operate. I'm just going to tell you right now, all right? But this is what this is the goal, but not how we're going to hit it. And so the one thing I just want to ask is, okay, these two are supposed to be the right order, yes? Okay, because I know you're going. Okay, so down here. Okay, so as everyone sees, everyone's going to move up one unless you're Projector. Okay?
And as part of that, I will just quickly mention that there will not be any other changes to the program. It is how it is. It is pretty much randomized, so these small changes will happen, and that
yeah.
is the final program.
Yeah. Oh, you have one coming in as well? Okay, super. Okay, super. Okay, so there's one change and one addition. So with that said, booting up. Who is booting up?
Take the microphone here. That was the booting up of the presentation session. Thank you for your introduction. Thanks a lot. Please just have a look at the program here, and as mentioned by Damon, these are preliminary times. We will try and stick to the schedule. Let's have a very nice afternoon. Remember, guys, if you have hardware that needs to be connected, ready up your computer. Make sure that if you have audio in output from it, do it via the HDMI or the USB-C, I think it is. So just be ready for that. And yes, without further ado, let's jump right into it. Do we have a team that's called A Big Bridge around here? This is my microphone.
Kan det? Skal vi tage på det? Kommer der lyd igennem der?
Det gør der, hvis vi vælger på en output herfra. Så skal der komme ud.
Skal vi teste det?
Test.
Det kan vi gøre bagefter.
Skal vi bare køre den?
I gang, du?
Jeg får den her. Okay. I'll start by taking you a little bit, very quickly, through our brainstorming, because the title, as we came up with it, might be a little bit misleading. It was our first sort of inspiration for what to do. We were like, the bridge sounds pretty interesting. Like to work with bridges. Where do we go from there? We wanted to test out some tools, figure out what do we want to work with bridges. We're like pedestrian flow, pretty interesting. Work with people, how do they move around? And with that, we're like, how do we define how people move around places? like wayfinding could be something there that would be interesting to test. We heard some rumors, or maybe there's at least some people talking about that BloxHub won a prize for wayfinding. Don't know if it's true. We were like, might as well try it, put it up to a test, see what we could find. We had a model of BloxHub and then figure out what to do with that. And we're like, what's the best way to test something? We're like, you need to put pressure on a system. And that's what we decided to do. So we created a horror game in BloxHub. And let's see how that works out.
And for testing our game, we would like to invite Aske to come and try it out. Yeah.
Okay. And I wasn't primed for this at all, so I don't know what I'm said yes to. Controls.
Yes. Wait a second.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah. So yeah, we have blocks. There's a gun to the left. Yeah, and we are missing some sounds. Follow the light. Yeah. Get the gun. Shoot, shoot, shoot. So then you have to turn around. Yes. Shoot him. Shoot him. We talked about 3D scanning Torben. Yeah. If you press R, then you restart it. I think you've shot all of them.
Wow. I did. I completed the game.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's our game. As you could see, there was some nice signs around the map, all pointing towards Milan, because that's how easy it's to find meeting rooms in here. Just follow the signs or something. Anyway, so let's talk about how this happened. None of us are game developers. We just wanted to try it out. So as Ambridge said, we wanted to test out some wayfinding in BloxHub. So first step was to find a model of BloxHub. So we asked the awesome people here at BloxHub to find that model. Took a while. We knew it was there. We've used it before. But after some time, a model from 2013 in Revit was found. And we upgraded that to Revit 25. From there, let's see. From there, we moved the model into Speckle. We are the Speckle connector. We then pushed it to Rhino to clean up the model a little bit because it was pretty big. And we were worrying about, performance in the game engine. And after cleaning up the model, pushed it back to Speckle into Unreal Engine through the Speckle connector to Unreal Engine. Tested that out. That was also a challenge, but it worked out in the end. And from there, we connected to our little co-working space here. Let me zoom in a bit. And uploaded our project to GitHub so we could collaborate on various aspects of the engine together. Let's start by the assets. We wanted to have some, a sign of integrity or of authenticity. So we actually asked BloxHub to provide us with the actual files for the signs you see around. So that's what we got in a PowerPoint. We converted that into a model in Rhino by just modeling from the ground up. Had a nightmare of a time UV texturing this thing, even though it's just an image. Don't do that, guys. It's horrible. So we fixed it by sending it into Blender, which was, much easier. Don't do textures in Rhino. Then, of course, you need to have a bad guy if you want to be chased around in BloxHub. And I personally have a nightmare of this guy from I was a kid. So why not? The Oogie Boogie Man from Turbo Squid. So thank you to whoever made that model. Then we went around BloxHub and wanted to have some authentic objects from BloxHub. So we 3D scanned all these different objects with Polycam, pulled them out in FBX, cleaned them in Blender, because you get all this surrounding geometry that you don't want to have in your game. And then pull that back into our common environment here with Dropbox, GitHub, and Unreal Engine ready to play with. We also wanted to test out another thing. There's like a single image to model workflow as well in Polycam. And you can see the output here. I just took this one image of the nice Noda can, my new favorite drink, by the way, and got this nice 3D model, which is really important coming up here. The soda can is like the star of this game. Anyway, you also need some nice sound design. The sound was a little low, but we'll send out this game so you can try it yourself. We got some creepy monster sounds. We got, of course, the Wilhelm scream when you die. And we also got the dropped can sound by recording some drop cans. Very important. Anyway, developing the game in Unreal Engine, Christian did some magic. He started out by trying to figure out how the monster behavior system works, making the AI chase you around the map. Then Amrit did some work on making some atmospheric lights, flickering lights. We had some issues with collision. How do you handle that? We were just falling through the map all the time at the beginning. And then, of course, this can. We needed something to defeat the boogeyman, so we imported the can as is and made a can gun so you can defend yourself. So that's pretty much our game. We tried to also get some, 3D tiles from Google Maps so you could actually look out the window in the model and see where you'd rather want to be, not in Blockshop with a monster, but didn't have time to do that. So next time. Anyway, I think that's it. And we feel a bit like this. So that's our weird hack that doesn't solve many problems, but it was really fun to test out all these tools. Thank you.
I believe that there may be some good questions about this gaming experience from the panel. Maybe start from the left.
So is that me? So do I need to do something here with this?
Yes.
Like this? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, good. Oh, thank you for starting. It was actually fun. I will start by praising the good communication skills. It was very good.
Thank you.
I mean, I think my main question would be, of course, it was fun, but what kind of because I think mobility, wayfinding, the whole starting was interesting. Then you kind of pivot to the game. Ask did a great job. But what kind of real case application would you think get out of this?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of kind of real application in using Unreal Engine, like as a rendering tool. Everybody talks about gamification of the AEC industry. In that way, it was also for us fun to try this really powerful tool, right? And it was for all of us the first time we played with Unreal. And it was surprisingly how easy it was to get from kind of installing, starting the first project, and actually running around shooting some monsters.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, super creative project and fun project over the weekend. You obviously tried a lot of different things during the whole project. What was the kind of biggest learning during this weekend that you can actually take home with you and maybe utilize into even some more meaningful work after this hackathon?
Well, for my sake, at least, I spent about half, if not the whole day yesterday, cleaning up this model to get it into Unreal Engine, because we just tried to import it first way around and imported everything. Just see like how big of a challenge it was to deal with the whole geometry. So it's sort of like preparing your assets before using it, making it more of a smooth process. That was definitely one of the.
Others?
Just, optimization in general. I think something that the game industry is really good at is optimizing their models and their information. something we could probably learn from in the AEC industry. So, yeah, as you said, when we just pushed the Revit model, as badly meshed as it was, it did not really turn out well in Unreal.
Good. How about you?
I think a bit like as I said before, like simply trying out Unreal Engine. Like yeah, it was very interesting, and I think that there could come some new ideas from that, and like just being able to really like see how easy it is to, I mean, dump some model inside, even though you have to clean it up a bit. But and then you have a game, you can make VR, AR, all kind of things, like basically out of the box.
All right.
Thank you for starting the AEC Hackathon this year. It's a really feel-good hack that you guys made. I'm curious, if you had more time, what feature would you personally add to your solution to make it scale even more and be applicable for other types of built environments?
I think maybe figuring out the connection between the the BIM models from, for example, Revit into Unreal, and make that smoother, because it could be kind of fun to also give you client that extra option of having a horror game with their new built building or whatever. So spending a bit more time to smooth that, so it doesn't take as long to clean up things, and you're just, because as Christian mentioned, the rest is really well prepared for you, so you can quickly get something done. So yeah,
I think also just taking more advantage of Unreal as in what it's actually good at, like the rendering part. So spending more time on setting up the atmosphere, making super nice sort of the lighting, working with that so that you can sort of see the atmosphere when you're walking around and what impact that has on you in the sort of the model. I think is quite interesting, because that's what Unreal is really good at as well.
Anything else? From my side, first of all, I mean, great to see how you have, been through a lot of the steps in understanding how to use the model and make it, available for such a purpose, which is great. And you did all of it this weekend. So you had no experience with Unreal, so you actually were completely blank and then started from blank. That's amazing. So if you should suggest areas where you could commercialize a solution like this, what would that be for the industry?
yeah, we talked about gamification, so making the exploration of your building and like experiencing your building before it's built into a game. So that could be a commercial thing. But yeah.
I think in some way, like making the workflow easier, like basically going from your whatever Revit model or Rhino model to a game that you can show. Like I'm thinking like for an architect that has a client, like basically have a Revit model. The next day come and show the client, put on your VR glasses and whatever Revit, Speckle, VR or Revit directly into.
You started also with pedestrians as one of the themes.
Yeah.
So it could be like simulations of, escape routes and emergency situations and stuff like that.
Fire, yeah. All kind of things where you basically just drag and drop a model and then see if your planned escape routes are valid.
Good, thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. 1 2 1 2. Thank you. Thank you, guys, and thank you for testing my Counter-Strike skills. I used to play Counter-Strike 1.6. I remember, and I bet that many of you guys do also remember that. So for my sake, thank you for all of the judging. But please just keep on develop that blocks up strike kind of game. That's awesome. Okay, so thank you, guys. And next up we have Bridge to Community. It's ready. Join us on stage.
1 2 1 2. Very good. No, we don't. Coming from. Amazing. Hi everyone. We are Bridge to Community, and we are ready to show our hack. I mean, this is a very beautiful picture, as you can see, and it's actually here for two reasons. One reason that we want to give credits to Eske for setting us in a fantastic Stockholm room with a view. But the second reason for this picture is actually to ask a question to you, maybe, if you have time to answer. Why do you need two bridges here? Isn't one enough? I mean, one is here, and second one that has been built. What is it? Some 6-7 years ago, perhaps, right? Why do you need two? I mean, the obvious reason is that this is a traffic bridge with plenty of cars, and you really want to make the pedestrian experience more nice, more sustainable in a way as well for the people here. And there is not one place in Copenhagen and in the world, I guess, as well, where you need maybe two bridges, or maybe you need more. So one, for example, is in Ørestad. Here you can see not two, but actually has 5 bridges already, but 1, 2, 3, 4. These ones here, 3 of them are really traffic aided, and actually this is the only pedestrian bridge on that side of the road. So you might as well think about next one. This area is very close to me because I live out here, and there's a very, very dense traffic on this road, and there's a very, very, very poor pedestrian experience on that bridge. And the municipality has been thinking of building one for years. For years they are talking about this. But how do you make the right decision of where to make one? Can you make the quick decision? And in our world now, in the modern days, you really want to make a data-driven decision. So you basically want to make decision where you can evaluate some bridge criteria, such as potential bridge usage. I mean, how many people are going to go across the bridge? You want to know the quantity of materials and the bridge cost. You would like to get some LCA criteria, and you would also like to get to know how it fits into the landscape. So how can you answer this question? Bridge engineer could do it, and this is a place where you could actually advertise your engineering company, right? But what if you don't have one? What do we think about those municipalities which are there, which are I mean, this is very nice. It's in city center, and Copenhagen is a rich municipality. But what about those smaller areas where you maybe have less people, less personnel to think about it? So the idea and ambition here was to create an interactive tool in a form of web app where you can do several things. You can basically choose an area, draw a line across the highway or railway, see the visual representation of the bridge, and very quickly get some pre-concept metrics such as pedestrian flow, LCS numbers, etc. Right? And if you would think about it, you would need an ideal team for the task consisting of, GIS specialist. You would want to have a transport engineer who can calculate the flow, who knows how pedestrian flows are calculated and stuff. You would want to have a bridge engineer in the team, and you would want to have a software developer, right? Well, I skipped the presentation of the team for a reason. Now I can do it. We have Saleh, BIM coordinator. We have me, tunnel engineer, Emanuela, bridge engineer, and we have Christopher, software developer, and Arthur, structure engineer. So you can see it's only a match of 2 people out of 4 needed ones, and we have a poor match there. But we still attempted to solve a task, and I will give word to Arthur from now on.
So in order to try and solve this problem, we developed a methodology where we brainstorm a bunch of different ideas, tools that we could use, and ways we can try to solve this problem. And we're going to go through them right now. But the main takeaway from this is the main tools that we used were Python, Grasshopper, and then some open source database sources online. The initial assets that we started from that were kindly provided on the left by the Ramble team who posed the problem was the parametric grasshopper model of the bridge. And we used a Ramble LCA calculation spreadsheet that we took from Ramble itself. So first step was to basically collect the data that we needed to do the pedestrian flow that we want to calculate across those new bridges that we calculated. So first to get a background imagery of buildings, to get the settings and roads that are impassable, such as highways and rail tracks. We use the OpenStreetMap, which you can export online as an OSM file, and then reference inside the tool directly. Oops. We also found sources for population density data straight out of the Human Data Exchange that you also grab from their website as a CSV file, which is also being read by the tool, which is basically an estimation of the population density based on satellite imagery. They basically calculate the number of buildings in a 30 by 30 sort of grid size area, and then sort of calibrate that with local census data. Now, for the actual flow calculation methods, in the limited time that we had, we looked at different ways to do it, either direct simulations, and we came across this gravity model or trip distribution method that we basically went ahead and tried to implement it with a lot of help from ChatGPT. And it came out fairly good. You'll see later. This is also the life cycle assessment data that we use from the Ramble spreadsheet. And then how do we put it all together? Basically centralized inside Rhino Grasshopper. So we can input all the data sets that we got online. We can also integrate the population distribution algorithm that we developed directly inside the Grasshopper script, and basically use the existing pedestrian bridge as a visualization of what the bridge would look like for just context purposes. And then we just added all the elements, such as elements for UI, legend, show the inputs, the outputs. And now we will walk you through a nice little video demonstration of the tool. So as you can see here, we have the environment that we imported with OSM, the gray buildings, blue are the pedestrian lines, and orange are the impassable sort of pathways. Here we can turn on the grid of the population density, or rather more population there. And from there, we can basically draw a bridge anywhere we would like to. And basically, we get a nice little visualization of the bridge and also an estimation of how many people will be taking this bridge per day, as well as some rough quantities for the LCA. And basically, you can draw as many bridges as you want, see how that evolves depending on the span of your bridge, location, having different densities passing through this. That's the tool. In the future, we would very much like to develop this tool to be more of a web app, so more accessible to more people. So no need to go through Rhino, licensing and all this. Integrate the model with more refined open source datasets, because we found the population density dataset that we used, for example, was very dense. It was the entirety of Denmark, and it was not that accurate. It was very much of an estimation, and hopefully a way to sort of like automate the input so you can quickly jump from one area to another and basically play again with the tool, and so on. Then, of course, it would be really nice to get a transport engineer to help us develop this flow calculation, because they will be a lot more knowledgeable than us in that regard. We're fairly happy with our implementation, but we're for sure there is way more advanced and way more accurate ways of doing this. Just implement better inputs and outputs for the bridge design in general, because right now it's just a set image of the bridge. The calculation is very simple. Yeah, and we also need to basically calibrate the data that comes in the tool and also the output, just to make sure that it gives you useful information. And we also had the idea to improve the 3D visualization through open source data, which is Sandcastle Cesium, where you can send data or our bridge location to a much more refined 3D model where you have all the buildings, textures, and the right height and so forth, just for a final visualization of where the bridge sits in context. So thank you for attending our presentation. If you're interested in checking out the scripts and the other source that we used, data and so forth, you can go to the GitHub link here. And yeah, have a check.
So, how much of the data did you create during the weekend in the calculations, etc.?
So from the data sets, is this? So all the OSM data just came out straight from the web app, and we just translated it to show in Rhino. And the population data was not that precise, so it will literally show you, I think, 3 different sort of data points for those different zones. So we randomized it a little bit to kind of give it more variety.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we want to improve the accuracy of those data sets that we would input in. But other than that, in terms of data that we created, this is what it's feeding on.
Some of the scripts we created, maybe.
Huh?
Like the scripts we created, you mean? Yeah, the flow calculation tool and everything which has been assembled in the Grasshopper, like bringing it all together, that we built from sorry. Like the scripts for calculations for the flow, that was built here, and then everything, the way it has been assembled, imported, coordinates, transformation, everything that has been done here. Like everything, all the assembly in the Rhino Grasshopper, that has been done here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. It's very clear that you're a team of experts. I'm really impressed with what you did over the weekend. I'm curious, how did you push the boundaries of your own knowledge and know-how over the weekend? Because it seems that this comes very natural from this team. So I'm curious, how did you grow your expertise or your knowledge, or did you do something outside of your comfort zone?
Yeah, we all went out from a comfort zone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, personally, for me, it was dealing with that data and the coordinates of it all, and transferring that into X, Y. Basically, the whole GIS interpretation process was the biggest challenge, and things that I learned, I think, from this process.
I mean, for us in general, like the GIS data and getting also the population and reflecting that specifically in the Grasshopper script as well. That was the main challenge, and also the accuracy and how we can consider and be dependent on the data that we get. So and also like the assessment of this data in the future, it's also something to be enhanced more and more.
Yeah, for me, I would say the 3D visualization that we try to use together with OpenStreetMaps and Blender, which unfortunately didn't turn out to be the way we wanted, but that's like, that's like for future improvement. So that was something new that I haven't tried before. So
there was a fair amount of discussion early on about what are meaningful metrics that we can compute reasonably. We're not experts in how do you calculate flow, and we're like, well, that's obviously a good bridge and that's obviously a bad one. Well, how do you translate it into algorithms? So there was a lot of research into that and brainstorming about it. And as you pointed out, we were also investigating, can we put all of this data together? We had some beautiful data sets, and there was some failed experiments with, not failed, but just we didn't finish them, experiments with using Cesium to view it in a global setting. And as you said, combine it with satellite data, street map data, put it all together. That wasn't achieved, but it was impressive what they did nonetheless.
The bridge flow has zero knowledge about the pedestrian flow before today.
All right. Good job. So just to clarify, this is kind of a tool for municipalities to have this kind of early phase planning of potential bridge projects within their areas. and then that would then lead to potentially new projects. How did you kind of end up with this idea?
That was a Ramble challenge, the like announced one, but also I would say like in Denmark, the people of the citizens of the municipalities, they can go to the municipality and raise their inquiries, raise their questions. So we would also think that it's not only for the municipalities, but as that's a publicly available, so that people can actually come and test it, and then maybe you can bring on top communication platform, or this could be integrated into the municipality communication platforms. They usually have a website and stuff like this, where the citizens could actually report, okay, we actually want a bridge here in this position, and things like this.
Okay, sounds good. So kind of a tool for this kind of a citizen. Well, in city of Helsinki, we have this way of citizens being able to suggest kind of certain projects with certain budgets every year. So this would be a kind of a tool for that even.
Definitely. Arthur, you mentioned though early on, he mentioned that this is also a useful tool for a bridge engineer who has to deal with a difficult client who's changing their mind very quickly. So on site, he can actually do pre-concept.
Yeah, I mean, it could be used by municipality, by the local citizen, and even during client meeting. What if we want to change real quick? See what happens if we write it there, right here, over there. Then it's a thing that you can have while you're having the discussion, rather than going back to the office and say, "I'll get you back tomorrow about something."
And maybe even a kind of a marketing tool for for bridge engineers to get some more work.
Exactly. Yeah.
I would be against commercializing it, that's for sure. It's not in the spirit of the hackathon.
Yeah, well, I think they already covered some of the questions I had, and you already answered for most of the points that I've written. Among them was like, who are the users? Why are you building this tool? So all of this has already been kind of answered. So maybe I will kind of, and I think it also fits into one of the topics of the hackathon with engaged communities. So that's also good. So I think the only thing I have left is if you could formulate again, what problem are you solving? So what's the problem? It seems that you have a solution. Could you pitch the problem again?
Long way back. I mean, the problem is that here there is a lot of discussions happening. There are a lot of discussions happening in the, for example, the municipality of Gladsaxe here in Copenhagen, of where to build a bridge and when it should be established. And if there will be some pressure from the citizens on the municipality saying, okay, we actually think that this bridge would be crossed by, I don't know, 5,000, 6,000 people a day, that would actually make a little bit of a push on the municipality to take a next step, to take an action.
Okay, good. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And as you may noticed during the booting up of this running order, we had some slight changes. So the empathy tool is going to go after the Wildpatch one. It means that the empathy tool is down here instead, because it's just before the break. It doesn't really impact too much. On stage we have Obsidian CDE, and this is a one-man team, or yes? Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Hi everyone. My name is Anthony. Day to day I'm a BIM manager, and today I'm going to tell you about Obsidian, how to make an easy and cheap CDE for small projects. So first let me tell you a little bit about Obsidian. I actually have something written down. So this is a letter, dear love letter to Obsidian. Dear Obsidian, You help me organize my thoughts and connect ideas in ways I never imagined. Your flexibility and privacy are unmatched, and your graph view is a marvel. You are number one reason I have a job. After 3 years of having a small children that destroyed my sleep and my memory in the process. To show my gratitude, I am now shoving you down everybody's throat like a multi-level marketing salesman. Thank you for being the best there is at keeping a personal digital knowledge base, which I know is ironic because I wrote this by hand on a piece of paper. Let me get into this. So what problem am I solving? So common data environments over the years have become a little bloated, hard to set up, expensive, complicated, and the data security and ownership is very questionable. So these challenges often arise from balancing functionality with profitability, often at the expense of usability. So, and also I think my personal opinion is that CDEs, while only being supposed to be just file management, they always are used as tool to lock customer in an ecosystem. So when you're a BIM manager and you have to set up 20 CDEs in a week in 5 different softwares, it leaves you feeling like this. So, common Obsidian. So what is Obsidian? Obsidian is Markdown-based note-taking and knowledge management application that creates internal links between nodes for easy navigation, visualizes connections as a graph, highly customizable with thousands, almost 3,000 plugins and themes by its users, stores nodes locally, uses open file formats, and is available on multiple platforms. And here's a recommendation from none other than Andrej Karpathy, who's the co-creator of ChatGPT. But what I wanted from this is a little bit of about file over app philosophy of Obsidian. So file over app is a philosophy. If you want to create digital artifacts that last, they must be files you can control in formats that are easy to retrieve and read. So use tools that give you this freedom. File over app is an appeal to tool makers. Accept that all software is ephemeral and give people ownership over their data. So Obsidian, in Obsidian, your nodes are just simple plain text markdown files stored somewhere locally, and you can do whatever you want with them, basically. So what happens when you open up your software to your users like that? So there's an extensive plugin library for Obsidian, almost 3,000 plugins right now. And the creators, they actually give a step-by-step process online for free, how you can create plugins and extend this functionality. So while it's very easy and simple at base, you can make it a very robust tool. And if there's no plugin, like I said, you can build a plugin, and all of the instructions are in the creator's website. So what's the hack? So over the weekend, I tried to set up a CDE in Obsidian. Key goals were to create a Obsidian theme, create some UI that looks like a CDE with navigation panels, file viewer, file history. Try to implement some CDE standards like folder structure, metadata, version control, and then try to write my own plugin for an IFC viewer, since that doesn't exist for Obsidian yet. So the results, since I was alone on the team, are pretty limited, but I'm gonna try to show you what I got. So this is Obsidian, by the way. We were in Obsidian the whole time, and this is what the navigation panel looks like. So here I set up like an example folder tree based on Molio standards. So say you have a project, you have all of your folders or your files. You can easily navigate between them. You can view a lot of formats natively here in Obsidian. You have the quick switcher if you want to look for something. Say I wanted to show you how a PDF works here. Yeah, I have it open right here. So internal PDF viewer just flies, super fast, super easy to use. The Excel should work as well, I think. Yeah, maybe not. So basically, this is what Obsidian looks like, and if you have a lot of nodes, you also get a graph view, which this is a different vault. This is a vault from my nodes. This is what it can look like. So you can tag everything, give attachments and stuff like that, and actually create this nice overview of how the vault can look. Actually, I have to close this one. Let me reopen the vault just to show you how it starts. That's the one. And you can do full customization of everything you see, so all of the fonts, and you can make it look like your company's standards and stuff like that. You get extra panes with tags and stuff like that. So what I want to show you, so for example, if we have if we use any sort of embed in our embed tools, like tools that can be embedded, like Speckle, for example, we can easily actually display all of our models here with minimum setup. So this is a house model that if we can watch it in the reading version, didn't load for the first. So we can use other softwares that are also open and really make them communicate, like basically create viewers or to-dos or issues, everything according to the existing tools already. So over this weekend, I tried to write the IFC plugin and managed to create it for Obsidian, but I ran into some roadblocks with the JS free libraries that I have never used before. So I couldn't quite get the IFC viewer and commenter to work, but I thought that it's still a good opportunity to learn about Obsidian, look at it, and introduce you guys to it. So some small conclusions. So Obsidian can serve as a powerful file management and command line environment. So it's open and flexible, free or low cost, and prioritizes local first. But achieving this requires some development and research. So if you want to use it for your team, I recommend first setting it up for yourself. For the end user, especially the seasoned engineer, file management should be minimal, intuitive, and hassle-free. That's my experience from my day job, that any new tool that doesn't look or feel like something people have been using for years meets with a lot of resistance. And I would recommend to beware of ecosystem lock-ins. So it can limit your innovation and adaptability in the long run. And Obsidian excels in that because you own all of your files. Okay, that's it.
Okay, nice and interesting. When we talk file management and similar, tools, rights and access, user control, user management, how do you manage that in the concept that you have around Obsidian?
So, since Obsidian is basically just a file explorer wrapper, you can use any of your existing cloud or user management systems that you have in your company. So, do you want to put it in your local drive? Do you want to put it in your net drive somewhere that you have in your company already? You can put it on iCloud. You can put it on SharePoint. Just go nuts. Use GitHub. There's a plugin for that.
So the concept that you're trying to achieve here is to have a platform which you can put on top of all the other document platforms, and then view them, the documents, in this platform. Is that right? Is that what you want to achieve without having?
In a sense, yes, because you can use it as a very fast, good tool to keep your project's notes, view all of the files, and manage especially projects that don't rely heavily on CAD. So projects that have small teams and very limited budgets, usually. That being said, like you said, you can put them on top of existing solutions. And if, for example, your client has requirements about the platform you're using, but you don't want your users or your colleagues to jump and learn new solutions, you can put that on top and make all of them feel the same.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you. It seems like a passion project for you to work with Obsidian. So I'm curious that when you're further developing your hack, how can other team members help you achieve what you are set up to achieve? What did you kind of lack this weekend when you were working by yourself?
So I definitely lacked coding knowledge and knowledge of TypeScript to get into the actual plugin development, which is the exciting part, as well as testing out more of the collaboration tools you mentioned. So I feel like projects, they often gain their own life, and even if you're trying to standardize everything, you have like a file naming, folder structure, metadata, version control standards. You want everybody to work the same way. Every person that comes on the project has some different ideas, different ways they work. So having that, I think a lot of that would change with every project. So the way the vault or the project will be constructed, right? And having the new problems that people bring, you can see first, check if there's a plugin for that, to just check if the solution already exists, or work together to actually implement that.
All right. Yeah, interesting. So basically, as you said, this is a kind of a wrapper that ties together different kind of point solutions in the project to coordinate everything.
Yeah.
Through this. And it seems that you've been working with this Obsidian for quite a while, before the weekend already.
Mm-hmm.
How did you end up looking at this as a solution in the first place?
I have been working with many CDEs in the last year or so, and was tasked to create some standards for CDEs and automation and automated flows for different CDEs. And creating them was a real pain. They were much more difficult than they should be, in my opinion. So the concept behind those automations were very basic, very simple. But since all of the software was closed and APIs were not available, or admin rights were not available, because the company needs to go through like 7 IT ladder, steps to get to the admin rights. So a solution like this that's open and where everything is available to be edited, that's something I thought that would be a great, could be a great workflow for small teams, for like boutiques, architecture firms and stuff like that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I mean, I have a lot of notes here, but they all kind of go around us trying to. I saw myself with my own limitations on trying to understand exactly what you're going after. So it seems more of perhaps a personal problem that you have. I wanted to start by asking, which industry are you addressing this? Who would benefit from using this? Kind of users or industry?
Users, 100%. I believe that. I mean, when users benefit, I think the industry benefits too, but this would be for the end user. So basically, whatever problem you have, if you have a good enough developer on your team that uses open tools, they can solve it for you quickly and specifically. So I'm of an opinion that, and I think a lot of people here might be of the same opinion, that when we work on projects and we develop these amazing digital tools and automations, sometimes they only apply for that one project. And I feel like the same, if we say that about design, the same could be said about file management and the BIM processes around the project.
So it's like focusing on kind of BIM environments, or is more like software engineers? Who would be the
yes, BIM environments and basically project members.
Okay. So I wrote here, is this kind of an aggregator for standardized file visualization? Did I even get it?
Could you say that again?
Is an aggregator as kind of a standardized file visualization where you aggregate different file types and then you have like an easy platform? I'm completely ignorant on Obsidian, so
I mean, it could be, it could be, but also it's basically a file manager for projects.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
I have one last question. For me, it sounds like you built a file manager platform on top of all the existing CDEs that are out there being used in the industry. Is that correct?
Not really, because you know how it goes when you start doing something. You find out, oh, there's already 10 standards about this. Like, why is there so many standards? We need to create a standard that will collect all of the standards, and then you end up with 11 standards.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I don't think that creating a platform that would just connect every other platform is realistic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot to Obsidian CDE. So before heading to the break, we have CommuniCaos on board, and as you can see, we are a little bit over time already in a typical AEC Hackathon manner, so don't stress too much. Let's get CommuniCaos on stage. Hello guys, do you have a live stream going on? No? You're the microphone manager. Can you get some space? One second. Yeah. Perfect. True. I think it is. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, let's go.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Today, the team and I decided to try to tackle some of the chaos of communication. So we were a team of 4. and this was our first hackathon. And we came from relatively different worlds. Christian isn't with us, but Marta and Christian are from the IT sphere of things. I'm an architect, project manager, and Emil is an HVAC engineer. So despite the fact that at home and in our loving relationships, we are so good at communication, for some reason, when we're on site, we don't communicate so well. So what we tried to do is really look about how we can improve communication on site on construction sites. So the issue is for us is that on site with communication in general, there is, if you look at statistics, 52% of work needs to be redone because of poor data and miscommunication. Also, a lot of critical decisions and observation get lost or forgotten on site. You're on site, you've got your hard hat on, your gloves, you forget to write something down or to make a call. And then, of course, agreements aren't followed up or documented. And if something isn't documented, you're in trouble. And then on top of that, there are just so many communication platforms between Teams, Outlook, email, Slack, Messenger, Teams. Each team, each consultant uses a different type of medium to send emails or messages, and every project, it changes. So the impact of all this, of course, is with bad communication on site. There are delays, there's disputes. Instead of forging better relationships with projects, we break relationships with important consultants or clients or project owners. There's the CO2 impact. If the windows are ordered at the wrong size, they need to be thrown out and new windows need to be ordered. And then, of course, the monetary impacts. New windows, higher budget. So our proposal is actually the simplest thing that's probably going to be proposed today. We made a chatbot of a construction hotline, okay? So basically what that means is that the target group is for people on site, like architects, contractors, or subcontractors. And basically we made a bot this weekend, and it's a bot that's a hotline. So to do this, and to test it out, we made a fictitious project. So basically we got from one of our sponsors today, RIB, a fictitious project that had a contract, 6 subconsultant contractors, subcontractor contracts, and some emails and some voice logs. And then we uploaded all this information to a cloud application. So basically the way it works, you call the application and you can ask it a basic question about specifications, something that's in the contract, and then the computer voice of your dreams responds about what the specifications are for the acoustic rating of the ceiling panels. Or you're on site, you've seen that the facade contractor has left, again, the insulation panels out in the lobby. You call up and say, hey, please send me an email tomorrow to remind me to send him an email to remind him that he's got to clean this up. So to demonstrate how this works, Emil is going to showcase the bot that he made yesterday.
Yes. So just a second. So I would like to bring you through the 2 examples. First of them, let's imagine that we have general contractor and subcontractor, and they have some conversation on March 13th at 3 p.m. And they are discussing some changes in the lobby. So let's listen to that. If I'm gonna find the mouse. There it is. I have.
Hello, this is Anders Jørgensen from Aquafam speaking.
Hey Anders, this is Lars Peterson from RIB Construction. I just got confirmation from the owner. We're good to proceed with Aquatherm's HVAC reroute in the lobby ceiling.
Great, I'll let my team know, but we'll start adjusting the duct layout, I don't know, first thing tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, perfect. Just to confirm, the reroute will add 85,000 Danish kroner in cost and delay installation by 3 days, correct?
I think that's right. I mean, I might have to double check. We've planned for additional materials and labor, and the adjustment should be done within that right time frame. So yes, 3 days.
All right, sounds good. Let's stick to that schedule. I'll coordinate with the other trades so there are no further delays.
Appreciate it. We'll get everything in motion tomorrow morning. I'll send a status of the update once we get going.
Thanks, Anders. Let's keep things moving.
Yes, so let's now imagine that Anders, he's coming to the construction site the next day, and he's calling the hotline just to give the information to the hotline that there are some changes.
This is Anders Jaksen, project leader for Aquatherm Denmark APS, logging a work update for March 15th. I've confirmed with Skyline Developments AS that we will start mounting our ventilation system in the lobby today. Our team will be working on over-ceiling installations, and we are expected to be on site by 9 a.m. No major obstructions are expected, and we have clearance to proceed. The goal is to have all the installations over the cellar completed by the end of the week, so general contractor can move forward with suspended ceiling installation. Any issues, I'll check in later. End of log.
Yes, so we have the setup that we created, and now let's go to the...
This is Anders.
Yes, to the next thing. So I would like to use that bot, and let's imagine that we have electrical subcontractor that comes to the sites half an hour later, and he decides that he would like to switch as well to the lobby with his work. I'm gonna read this and pretend that I'm Mikkel Sorensen. It's March 15, 2025, 9 a.m. This is Mikkel Sorensen from Nordic Power Solution. Upon arriving on site, I noticed that the work in the office room on the first floor could not be started as plumbers are still working there. To prevent these project delays, I'm reporting this issue and proposing to shift our work to the lobby on the second floor today. I request confirmation on whether this change will cause any issues. Please advise accordingly. End of log.
Mikkel, your proposed shift to the second floor lobby may face an issue. Aquatherm Denmark is scheduled to begin oversealing ventilation work in the lobby today, as confirmed by their project leader earlier this morning. Since their work involves overhead installations, it could pose a safety risk or interfere with your tasks. Would you like me to escalate this to the general contractor for coordination, or do you want to check with Aquatherm first?
Yes, first I would like to get in contact with Aquatherm project leader. Can you give me his phone number?
Yes, the project leader for Aquatherm Denmark APS is Anders Jaksen. His phone number is +4511111111. You can reach out to him directly to coordinate the work. Let me know if you need any further assistance.
Yes. So that was the first example and first setup. The second setup is much easier. Let's imagine that we are a general contractor and we are going to the meeting with the owner. And we would like to have some information about the contract. This is Lars Pettersson from RIB Construction. I have a meeting with the owner today. Can you remind me the planned completion date for the Aquatherm work?
Yes, the planned completion date for Aquatherm Denmark APS's work, which includes the supply and installation of plumbing, HVAC, and ventilation systems, is May 15th, 2025. Let me know if you need any additional details before your meeting.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, and the third option should be, as all of us know already, the option to call the hotline and say what was agreed on and ask for sending some email to not forget about it. Yes.
Yes, so as you already noticed, our solution is very simple and we want to keep it like that, but also we started thinking ahead how we can make it like more interesting and how we can develop it from the software side. And this is also something that we came in with. This is just example of the interface. as a starting point. I also want to mention that we reused already existing component from the libraries that are very accessible. So basically, if we will get today one software engineer, I think we can finish it till Monday morning. Yeah, so this is some example that you can see here, the project timeline, also latest logs here, everything color coded. You can hover, check stuff. And I think that later on, like, we can use this MVP to test our assumption basically and validate with users. Yeah.
Yes, super interesting. I mean, I really like that. Mostly because our clients actually ask a lot of times about this situation, very common situation. And in light of AI development, we're trying to make kind of workarounds on how can you map some of these points via voice memos and then take all that conversation into chatbots, into large language models, and then work around through meeting minutes. But this is clearly something that I personally appreciate getting solved. So maybe, I mean, a couple of questions. I was having some doubts. How do you kind of train your avatar on real time situations? Then I saw you kind of logging in. It seems that you log in the agreement. So I guess that kind of, can you put some words over there? Let's imagine that you need to log in, and then how do you avoid litigation between who said what? And
so we really wanted to make this as simple as possible, and that is with just core information for the project. So like contracts, specifications, and timelines, which only can be changed after a change order or an agreement between all parties. So that's the base of it. Then the next thing that was super important is that it was a passive solution and not an active solution. We talked a lot about, okay, great. Let's have a phone system where we call together, it's recorded, an agreement is made, and then we both get an email saying, do you agree that we're going to change the delivery dates to 2 months later? And that was just way too scary and dangerous, because all of a sudden the AI could be making instruction. Also, we didn't want to be in a situation where we are going to be forcing someone to use another system. And that's why we thought it was really good that it was more of a voice memo that you use personally to find information and then to record things that you can go back to later. So basically, it pushes you not to change how you would do that interaction with the client, with the contractor, with the sub. In the end, you had a discussion, you almost forgot it, it reminded you, it sent you an email, you followed up on it, and then you solved that problem as you usually would on site.
but is that well understood that then the contractor would not have real changed data? They would also only be on your hotline having the same kind of...
Only if they wanted to.
Okay.
So the thing is it could be used where only one party on the site uses it, or all 3 or 4 or 5 or 13 could sign up for it, but you can't force someone to use a new technology unless they find it to be interesting. And that's what we like about it, is that that flexibility can work for one party or for 10 parties if they want it.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right. Super good project with good new team with new team members, right? And no pre-planned. So really good and focused with a simple kind of execution. Still, how do you see kind of the potential of taking this further, like adding all the project data to the picture, and then even adding, you said that you didn't want to kind of go over that line to things get too automated and have that control with the users. But wouldn't that be actually the source for productivity improvement if you could add some of the automation in place as well, even within control settings, right? For example, asking for the phone number of the subcontractor, why not asking for the system to call them immediately?
That was actually our idea to do that in real case scenario, just to provide all the information and contact information and just ask for the call directly, but we couldn't do that here for the example. But I want to say, because I work with construction sites on daily basis, I was working, not that much right now, it doesn't matter. I'm working also with the pharma industry, and they want to build right now for yesterday actually. And there is made like a lot of changes in the process, and to not get lost in all of those changes and agreements on the construction side, that was our purpose, to just bring a tool which is able to not get lost in all of those changes. So we don't want to make this AI to make any decision. The responsibility is still on us, like being on the construction side, but we have some tool to not oversee some of the part of the projects, because we cannot be everywhere. We have only like 24 hours.
I also want to add something on top. So we had certain strategies that we didn't showcase here. So we actually used lean UX strategy to build this first MVP, and we were very focused on the business goal, on the impact. So we brainstorm a lot about the different types of users, so on. So I want to also mention that I think it's quite important currently. After this, try to test it and validate all the stuff, and then gather requirements and build additional functionality on top. We can make a big pie with a lot of cherries, but maybe not all cherries necessary. So it's important to iterate based on the feedback. Yeah.
All right, good job.
Thank you. This is very ambitious project that you took on. And my question is that what type of discussions did you have as a team about cybersecurity, data security, and compliance, especially when in the examples you were mentioning things that this is that and that person from this and that company, and then the virtual assistant confirmed that this is the person giving this order or this change. So how did you, what kind of discussions did you have about compliance, cybersecurity, and data security? Thank you.
Unfortunately, we couldn't get a lawyer on our team on such short notice for this project. It's a very important point that you bring up, because of course, there are things which are core agreed upon documentation in every project, and also that's the right to use people's information. So to have their email address, to have their phone number and things like this. So all of that would have to be signed and agreed. Just like a Beam protocol, I would say in a project, you'd have to have the construction hotline protocol signs by the participants which are taking part in it. So we haven't figured that one out yet fully. So it's a super important point that we'd have to put into place to make this work.
And maybe I would also add on that, you know, that would require some setup. Like, for example, in Deluxe, you have different users with access to the different like informations, just to avoid the situation that somebody don't have access to the information which are they shouldn't have.
I mean, great. I mean, I think it's really a great way to tackle an issue around the verbal communication which is going on, because it's difficult to track that and find out who did what. So I mean, thumbs up for that. Again, there's a lot of legal implications to it, because one of the things that I was really thinking about is when you get these change orders, how do you get them confirmed legally? So you not only have the phone conversation around it, but somebody needs to approve that change order.
So we talked a lot in the beginning about making this kind of a phone app where you could kind of record conversations. But then from my own experience, I thought that was a bad idea, because so much which is done on site is done unofficially. So there's unofficial conversations that you have during lunch. You pull someone to a side out of a meeting. Hey, we got to get this done next week. Let's find a way. How much is it going to cost? And then you follow up in writing, and then it happens. But if you put someone in the position where they're being recorded or they're on the spot, it's much harder to negotiate. So we did see the potential for that. And that's why we thought it was better that it was something that was used personally, and then afterwards it would force the user to follow up by traditional means.
Yeah, because you have wider consequences of a change in a project. So it cannot only be the docs that are going to be moved or something like that, which you talked about in the example, which were great. But what other consequences are there by accepting that delay? Somebody have to, look into that in the timeline. So that's why when you say that the AI or the chatbot is not going to provide any like email or any confirmation,
it would it would produce just an email to that specific user to remind them that they have to follow up, and that's it.
Yeah, because somebody high in the organization has to approve it.
Yes, and then they would write that.
Exactly.
Up and
Yep.
say, please confirm.
Okay, but great stuff you've done. Yep.
And that's why we did interface with timeline and different roles and different versioning of the interface after that.
Let's give a big hand to CommuniCaos. Thanks a lot, CommuniCaos. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so as told in best AEC Hackathon manner, a little delayed, we will have a break now, and we will spend that break until 3:15. So take some coffee and so on, and get some, something to eat. Thank you. Okay. Guys, find your way back to the arena. Please find the way back to the arena. We are starting again. Let's find our way back to the arena, guys. Booting up. Okay, guys, we're starting up again. So you have already switched from the program. As you saw before the switch, we have moved the program just a little bit. So after disrupting maintenance, we will have AEC flow, ReUkrainer, Wildpatch, empathy tool for urban design, and last but not least, Projector and FCDC. After that part, we will have a short moment for the jury to make their votation and to take some decisions, and we will gather you back again at arena. But without further ado, I'll just hand over the mic to you guys. Disrupting maintenance. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. We are the team Disrupting Maintenance, consisting of Pooja, Peter, and myself from DTI, and Thor from RIB. So our project today will be about disrupting infrastructure maintenance with citizen engagement. So we would like to ensure some smart solutions for safer infrastructure. So why looking into this project? Maintenance of existing structures. We hear a lot about new structures, but existing structures as important as new structures. And these existing structures and other infrastructure are crucial for ensuring our public safety, transportation efficiency, economic performance, and sustainability. When looking at maintenance, we have also to look about inspection methods. And the current methods are what I would say highly resource intensive, meaning that it requires a large number of engineers to assess this type of structures, infrastructure, and this makes the process quite costly and inefficient. Of course, when they do this, some of the investigations are quite subjective, meaning that it relies on the judgment of individual inspectors, and which can lead to inconsistent assessments. And of course, when you do an inspection every 5 years, is actually only a monetary snapshot of the condition of the infrastructure or the structure you are looking at. So this is some of the challenges. Of course, we have something about temporary closures when you have to do these inspections, which means delays, congestion, and economic losses. And of course, if you don't do this maintenance on time, it can, in worst case, result in expensive emergency repairs. When there's some challenges, there's also some opportunities. And the opportunities we saw was that we need some more efficient, automated and objective approach to infrastructure inspection and maintenance. So what if we can create a smarter and more sustainable approach to infrastructure maintenance by combining automation and citizen participation? So let us imagine that in the future, inspections are no longer limited for manual labor from engineers like myself, but instead we would like to combine smartphones, connected vehicles, loanable cameras, meaning that our everyday activity, walking, driving, cycling, results in some opportunities for data collection to make this inspection and maintenance more cost-effective, which will benefit societies. This is a big task, so today we just start with the smartphone. So, and Peter will show a little bit about that.
Yes, the solution we have designed and partly implemented, or mostly fully implemented here, is consisting of 4 elements. We have the citizens, which are the people we would like to help us taking the images. The images, and especially quality images, is the product or the key issue for doing correct maintenance. Then we have the asset owner, which have all this asset they want to inspect. And to get the circle to get around, we need some kind of motivation for how should I, as a citizen, participate in this. What is in it for me? So that's the 4 component we have, and we have implemented. If we look at a little bit more into each of those components, so if we look at the citizen. What is it in here for them? We assume they are walking around, or they are in the public area, and they at a certain time will pass one of those infrastructure element we want to inspect or assist. And we also assume they have a mobile phone. Everybody has a mobile phone today and carry it as the most important thing in our life. So can we combine that by giving them the opportunity to collect or participate in a kind of challenge? So we could we get them interested in it by giving them a challenge, and in that way implement a kind of gamification into this project here. So they collect the image, they're taking the image, they participate, they snap or get a challenge. They will see the challenge, and in that challenge we'll have a description. We will show it later on. And they collect the image, will be sent to our backend, which are the Clever system. Yeah, and when the system have approved that the image actually are in the quality and we can use them, they will get some kind of credit in a form of a browser or something they can spend in our shops we have in our app as well. Yes, that's the citizen. And we will now demo the citizen app. If the cable is long enough.
That is. Okay, so I will now take on the role as the citizen who would like to participate in this. Turn like this, and we wanted to see how long time it would take to make a simple. It could be a mobile app. In this case, it's just a web application, and we wanted to see how long time would it take to make an application that would actually work. That is, you could take images and you could submit them to the AI that processes the images, and get feedback from the AI to see if the photos you have uploaded of the construction elements, if they are in good enough quality. So you get here, you have to imagine this is the front end of the app on the mobile phone after you install it. So I click here to get started. And now I already registered myself, so I'll just log in here. And it says login successful. I just go into this mode here, see if it works. Okay, so now I'm like the mobile phone mode here. So we get to see if you want to have a new challenge or accept a new challenge. You see we are located here, and up here there are a couple of challenges. And what would those challenges typically be? Could you just explain what it could be?
Yeah, maybe you should hand over to the expert.
Yes. So the challenge could be that you have to inspect some specific construction elements on your bridge, tunnel, or whatever it is. So here you have an example from Vedbæk in the northern part of Denmark. We have a challenger, and the challenge is to inspect 4 elements, and I can get 15 credits for that.
Okay, so I choose to accept the challenge. I click here, and now the challenge is being accepted by me. That means no one else can accept the challenge until I finish it. So it says here, your job is to inspect the bridges, and then there are like 4 subtasks. And the first one, it says, from both sidewalks, inspect the end support. 3 photos needed. Okay, I'll do that. I click on take photos. And on my mobile phone, if I click on this one, it will open up the camera, the back-facing camera. But since I don't have a mobile phone here, it just opens up the file, pick dialog here. I'll choose the photo here. It looks okay. I'll accept the photo. I'll take another photo. Let's do this one. And the final one could be, let's take one with the graffiti on it. Where was that one? I will just take this one. Oh, this one. Okay. So I have 3 photos, and I can continue. And when I continue, the photos will now be uploaded to our server, and the processing will start automatically. Here it just says done, and I don't actually, normally you would have to take all photos, but I'll just complete the challenge now and see what happens. So I come back here again. Just reload here. So I can see I now have the previous challenge I did was the number 34, and the one I just did now was number 36. And if I click on the details down here, we can see already the engine has processed all 3 images. I should have shown you the screen before, because before it didn't say anything here. Well, actually, one of them is not okay. So the first image, the sharpness is not okay. So in the real world application, you would probably have to go back and resubmit another image for this part here. And I can also see I got a bronze medal, and that's because one of the images was not okay. And so what can I do after I do this? I go to my user profile over here, and I can see I'm actually a gold member because I've submitted so many things, and I currently have 120 credits. If I scroll down here, you can see this little thing here. You can see what can you use your credits for, your points for. You can go and buy snacks or whatever you want to have with these things. This entire application here, the front end and the back end you see here, everything was developed yesterday and a little bit today. I think the only thing that we haven't developed here was the actual AI processing. But the integration with the AI processing was also done in this weekend.
What do we do here? Okay. Yeah. Okay. This I think won't be required really. So we are going to move to the backend. There are some of the things that we did, and some of the things we were very ambitious with the plan. So with the front end that we just saw, in the backend we are basically using an API. This whole thing is deployed in Azure because we thought that there is a machine learning model that we have to execute and run, and then all these images have to be stored somewhere, so it has to be scalable, all those kind of things. So hence we thought about using a cloud solution. In this case, the upload image is an API that basically takes the images, as we just saw, and then runs a quality report, which is to check the blurriness, size, resolution, and all those kind of things. And it basically generates the whether the image is fine or not, and hence you get the credit, and all those kind of things are calculated there. After uploading the image, it goes to a blob storage, which is more like a bucket kind of storage in Azure, which holds the raw images. And then this is where we got a bit more ambitious, I would think. Sorry. So, okay, so this one basically just runs a model which predicts things and then moves it to the container and everything. And then there is an ML model that trains on the raw image. It should also be annotated at one point in time. For now, what we did was we used a binary classification model to predict whether it's a graffiti or not. But in future, we should also use object detection models to use some more things and detect some more damages. That's it, and this is how the data looks right now in Cosmos DB. It should be somewhere in UI. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Yep. I will start quickly. Taking the pictures is great, collecting information that way. One of the things that you said about AI was processing the images. Was that only based upon the quality of the images?
It was based on the quality in a way where it should not be very much blurred and should not be very small. So there is a size we are using right now, which is 800, 600, and there is all, like we are checking the Laplacian variance, which is 100. So it should be more than 100, and so the blurriness should not be more than 100. In that case, we have to reject it. Other than that, it will be accepted and should be used for trading and everything.
Second question regarding the maintenance request that might come from, someone about a bridge, whatever it is, a road that needs some maintenance, and you request to get the information back. How do you determine that there might not be new issues on that bridge that needs to be maintained?
It depends the frequency where you take the images. So if you look in general, when you do inspections and maintenance of existing structures in Denmark, we have a period of 5 years between the general inspections. With this approach, you can actually control it even more. So every 6 months and those kind of things, you can do the inspections. And in reality, materials, they don't degrade so fast. Yeah. So there will be some good...
I was just thinking about, can you use the AI to detect new cracks in concrete? Yes,
we can.
Have you tested that so that it starts to, detecting new issues in the structure?
Yeah, so that's the idea, that like if you are taking image from the same coordinate and like from the same angle or distance for the same, like let's say it's a bridge, then you should be able to detect the changes that has happened over the bridge. So there was a graffiti, now it's not. So the painting job has already been done and should be removed from the queue and so on. So that should be possible by some image processing. But yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Extra points from me for using Microsoft technology. But what I'm curious about is that this hack also has the social hack included with the vouchers and the credits that people are getting. So is there going to be any challenges with the user groups? That is there any like age limit, or is it that it's for everyone? I'm asking this because I can see that a lot of kids might be interested in doing this and then receiving a banana for it. But then I want to hear your point of view.
I have the same thoughts about my kids. So when my kids are driving from school to tennis, they pass 5 bridges, underneath 5 bridges. So in reality, they have the possibility to do it. However, you have to have some quite clear control about that they don't jump in the harbor or whatever it is. So you have to have some instruction about from which place in the bike lane or whatever it is, that you have the possibility to take the images. But in my opinion, of course, there will be some age below 5 or 6 or 7. But in general, kids could also be a part of this work to involve them.
What we didn't told you about was the client backend where he set up the request, and he know the type of structure you want to inspect. And there might be a graduated for which type of people you want to have an inspection performed by, because so we shouldn't put them on the highway, for example. So that way there will be some kind of graduation where and who should do the inspection. It could also be a level of the score. We only want the gold medal people to do this kind of inspection.
All right, just a quick question. There are actually quite many similar commercial solutions already on the market. So what's new in here?
I think from technical perspective, some of those solutions are CRM softwares, which would basically mean that you have a problem in your locality and you can report that problem. And then basically the problem is reported and somebody is going to take an action based on that. In this one, the majority of the thing was because like easily we find this problem where we do not have enough data to kind of then train the models or to inspect things automatically, and hence the things are delayed and the processing time is more. So the images are still not available. So you can use like Google Street API or something, but they are just not good enough. So this would definitely help in gathering the data that is right now not there and kind of collect a huge data set that could help us processing a lot of things. So they're definitely like I think the goal is different.
The asset owner has also the possibility to create some types of challenges. When you look at existing systems, you just get some data. but you cannot control which type of data from which period you like to. In this way, the asset owner have the possibility to control which type of images he'll like, which location he'll like, and those kind of things. Yeah.
Why super quick? Why super quick for me, man? Come on. Yeah, well, I'm very happy. As I live in Wilbeck, I will never cross that bridge again, apparently. But so you answer, this is kind of AI detected damage, kind of, and you're looking for citizen engagement. Is that kind of the differentiator, so to speak? Yeah. Okay. Was that enough? Quick enough? Good. And you built this in the weekend, or this is a project you're bringing from DTI?
No, this is. Yeah.
Most of everything is built this weekend. There are some things we could not do was the last part, but then this was whole thing. But we used an AI model, which was a binary classifier for this particular perspective, and used open data set, which was like graffiti data that was already in Kaggle, but it was also trained and deployed this weekend.
Let's give Next up, we have the guys from AEC Flow. Okay.
Thank you. Is that fourth? Yes. Yes. So we are AEC Flow, and we gathered this weekend. And as you all know, we have to tackle the challenge of climate change. And 80% of the embodied carbon lies within the load-bearing structure, so we will have to reuse our load-bearing structure. And right now we have a lot of buildings from the 60s and 70s, which are mapped in the Danish Building Archive, which are going to be demolished. And often it looks more like this, so it's all just dumped. But we really want to start and reuse the elements. So together with 2 students, we started an initiative a year ago where we founded Circuit, a startup to tackle the challenge of reuse through research and later commercialize it. So our goal today was to build digital twins of the elements. So when we start our pilot project tomorrow, that we'll have prefabricated in-place elements of reinforced concrete for structural reuse. So what is it about? Well, we have the building archive and it has data, and we need to get the data out to the stakeholders as fast as possible so they can then say, okay, we're interested in some elements here, and the demolition companies quickly can screen through their cases and see which ones have the highest demand. And then we'll go on site, we'll have to revise the data because some of it is wrong, some of it is missing. And then we have an extra layer of structural tests, doing them in the laboratory, doing them on site. So there's a lot of revision within the data. And the last year we've been talking to lots of stakeholders within the industry. and all of them are going to work with the data in one way or another, and they all have different parts of data they're interested in and different data they'll enrich. So we'll have a gain of data, then we'll have some loss, we'll have some gain, they'll put something in, and we don't want to create noise when someone adds data. Yes.
I mean, of course, everyone is very familiar with this problem, I think, and kind of the new thing that we try to introduce here is to find a way to have a central source of truth for a process which is inherently starts very coarse and slowly but steadily gets embedded with more and more information. And the solution that we kind of thought of right now is to have somewhere on the web a database-like structure to which we have a web interface where every other stakeholders can interface with, and also a whole bunch of renders to different CAD software where you can then input and in theory then also edit later on.
So yeah, basically this is a typical plan from 1960 for a residential building, and that's, you can say, that's our initial data, and based on that data we were able to build a model that is fully parametric, and it's only dependent on the name of the panel. Key thing for this model is that all the attributes for each element are attached in every model, and another special thing is that they are always the same, no matter which platform you're using. In this case it's Rhino, and then transferred to Tekla and then exported to IFC. You always have the same set of attributes, so it's very easy to check later.
And then from the IFC, we put the IFC into a GitHub repo, and then we want to get it out to the team. I think this will go. And so here's our GitHub repo, the IFC. You copy the URL, you paste it into builders. It loads it, and then you can select one of the IFCs. Oop, hello, keep going. And then these are the slabs. You choose between them. It changes the URL if you want to select and share with the team. And then you get this. We got halfway through this implementation, so I'll do this bit and then you do. And so the idea is to be able to share with the team member whatever the hello, good. Whatever the part is you're working on or want to make a comment about, and then we need a more drill down interface. So here, and then you get the part.
And we still also have the renderer to Revit as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what the architects and engineers mostly want is they want the elements into their BIM models. So they have existing models and there they want to integrate them. So based on the data, which is parametric and editable through different interfaces, which Jonas will tell, we can automatically parametrically create Revit families that update according to the data.
And so then the last part is we have also a little proof of concept of like actually drawing the slabs from the plans in the web, but we didn't develop that so far. Like the actual thing is our live demo. We have already deployed also on GitHub the interface that we would show. This is basically now for a project that we would get. You have, here you basically see all the data that we have there. There's a distinction between actual data and derivative data, basically data that we actually store, and derivative data that we just render for specific users. That's marked by the D. But as you can see, it's kind of way too much for the average stakeholder. So they call this kind of the Übermensch view. But more usually, like an architect, for example, will not care at all about any of the structural or where exactly in the building the panel is located, but will just care about how many slabs of which sizes you have and be able to deal with that. An engineer, on the other hand, he will be very curious about strength parameters and probably also be interested in where in the building originally the slab came from, to be able to kind of know whether there might be additional assessments to the quality of the panel. And then now, yeah, we have an interactive view where you can then kind of see where in the view your slabs are. And then we also have the option to basically edit the panels. The thing here is you see that like the input here is different than there. That's basically because the only things that we're showing here are the actual data that if you change it, actually are relevant. So basically, if we switch change the length, what would change is that both the weight and the actual dimensions of the objects should have changed. Yes, exactly. And then here we have the slab size and the weight of the object that has changed. And yeah, that's the proof of concept. We had originally imagined this to be a tablet UI, which we also work, and we actually have also live demo that we tried out on a tablet. And then I think then we go back to the group view. And maybe like for like 10 more seconds, like I think at least 3 of us had pitched an idea for this hackathon. In the end, I don't think we can actually argue that any of us really pursued the thing that we really wanted to. So if there's anything that's really clear for me is that the AEC Hackathon here in Copenhagen, like you don't go there to solve a problem, but a problem finds you and you solve it. So yeah, that was AEC Flow.
Yes, so I was trying to understand a little bit. So you started by formulating that you're tackling some kind of carbon footprint, existing structures, massive demolition. Can you pitch me again, very simplistically, the solution of the AEC flow?
Yeah, so the idea is because we have a demolition case now, which will start on next month, we'll have lots of different stakeholders that need to go in and edit the data. So how do we can't send them out with a big Excel sheet containing all the data. So how can we make sure that if I go on site and I edit something because I see that the dimension is different from the 60s plan, then I can edit it and my colleagues at home can directly see it. The IFC elements will change, so we can upload a new set of IFC elements for the architects and engineers, so we don't have...
And that's the connection back to the Revit families.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, thank you.
And there's also kind of a second aspect to it, like for like even though we like really looked for a very concrete use case, in general we also try to kind of, or we found just a topic to build a proof of concept for what is in general a huge problem in architecture. Like this graph, this one. In the end, you have everywhere. And this is kind of the thing that we're trying to somewhat resolve. And our zero hypothesis was for this use case, it's kind of perfect to have a central source of truth by using an Excel style / database somewhere in the web.
Thank you.
All right. So it definitely seems that it already kind of serves the purpose of for your own workflow as such. And it seems to be an important kind of application to enable kind of a circular economy for construction. How do you see kind of the next steps to develop this further?
One thing we didn't get to was to integrate, we had kind of 2 or 3 pieces of code. So the kind of mashup challenge of getting a running web application that both has the functionality, but also with the kind of permanent server or data storage. And I think GitHub was a nice in between, and we kind of had this debate about, are we looking for a database or versioned files to get away from spreadsheet, but that's kind of the remaining challenge.
Okay.
Excellent. I see that there might be several end users to this platform. So is there any limitation to how many people can be logged in at the same time? Or is it unlimited users?
No. So again, if you do the kind of spreadsheet thing, it gets tricky to synchronize who's doing what when. Moving to more of an explicit workflow based on Git, if we can. I mean, I'm the advocate for Git in the team. So, but I think it's meant to scale in this way, many thousands of users.
I mean, I think it's a great hack you've done, because reusing structural members is something which is a huge challenge. So, do you see this to be developed like, you know, a marketplace where new projects can log into and find members, structural members, that they are looking for that fit the design needs they have?
Yes, so together with the students, it all started out as the research projects. And while we talked to the different stakeholders, we recognized that we need a marketplace, and we also want it to be open source, because in the end, we want to reuse elements and not to create profit. I mean, we need to survive as a company and the people working in it. But
There's two sub-questions to that. One is reusing structural members also requires a new analysis of the strength of it.
yeah, which is being
and
done.
its new life cycle. You know, how long time can we expect that the old member to be, you know, applicable into a building's life cycle?
The idea is when we have the data and we keep track of it, it will go into a chip, RFID chip, which we will chip on the elements so it stays circular. So at any time and point, you can scan the chip and see, okay, what was the history of the element, what's the data. So really embrace the thinking of circularity.
Great. I mean, I think it's great. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot to AEC Flow, and we have ReUkrainer. If you ready up on stage. Please put it in here. And we're going ReUkrainer on stage. Here you go.
Yes, I'm not English native speaker. For this reason, maybe I'm not correct with playing with the name of ReUkrainer. So I'm not Ukrainer, but I would like to present you a project about ReUkrainer. My name is Alexander. I have a background about architecture and engineering, but today I see my role more in connection and bridging the Ukrainian needs and European initiatives to support Ukraine and to build better, sustainable future for Ukraine. So with this project, maybe with ReUkrainer name, some associations could appear in your brains. In mine, it's like recover, rebuild, recreate, renovate, restart. This is our life before the war. Unfortunately, today it's our everyday routine. But I would like to use challenges of this hackathon and align them and use them to answer this question. How can we start to rebuild Ukraine right now in a secular way? And I'm not a software engineer. For this reason, please no expectations about some software. It will be just a story, a positive scenario, how to rebuild Ukraine right now and reach ambitions about sustainability, circularity for Ukraine. So just imagine that that Ukraine has started recovery right now according to the building legislation in sustainability and circularity 2030. One nice foundation from Europe with financial support of one nice embassy of European country, ask smart architect to create a serial, sustainable, regenerative house, single family house for recovery and with focusing on vulnerable groups of Ukrainians and using principles in circularity, neuroscience, and focus how to help Ukrainians to keep themselves and recover themselves by architecture. For example, just one idea and demonstration of evidence-based approach, just daylight. Just calculations about daylight. We talked yesterday too much with our colleagues. And for example, in this house, you can reach the 500 lux in main points with natural lighting. It's influence a lot your level of stress, focus to concentrate, and relaxation. One more idea and demonstration of circularity principles. It's facade from upcycled tiles from drones. Yes, we have, it's like a idea of waste to wealth. And just a second. And the demonstration of the approach swords to plowshares when we use military weapons or technology and convert them for peaceful civilian applications. Because just imagine the scale of drones and single family houses. So it means that today we have a lot of building materials for free with free delivery from neighborhood country. Yes, it's a bit black humor, but just one day, 138 drones in Ukraine. So nearly 3 years, and we can rebuild Ukraine only with Russian drones. And it looks not so bad. You can see about the visualization. We will see. I just wish good luck, funding, health to all the team to realize this project because it's happening right now. It's real location in Ukraine near Chernihiv city, and you can notice what has happened here. Multi-family building was destroyed, and now all these people have support from our government and from European funds, and they will rebuild their cities, or not cities, like houses, single family houses, according to this project. And ambitions of this project is to create in 4 years 500 buildings. So we have an approach, we have a project, we have a building. Step one, building material. Eco carbon block, it's idea number one, how to reach climate neutrality. Because of course, Ukrainians like concrete and steel, and many companies wait when the war is over and rebuild Ukraine with concrete and steel. But I think that, how to say, sustainable community can make their efforts to change this situation, because Ukraine will be the biggest building market in Europe for decades. Just imagine. And I think that we need to influence this process because CO2 emissions will be very, very high. So the idea is very simple. It's a eco carbon block from straw in the timber frame, and you need just 2 guys with screwdrivers who can build your house in 1 week. Moreover, it's so about the size, you can see that it's weight, and today maybe it could help to solve the problem with a delivery of materials in Ukraine, because we have problems with roads, and we have problems with free workers on the market. So the idea, for centuries we use bricks and spend a lot of energy to create bricks, and maybe it's time to change a material like an element to create a big system. I did some market analyzing, and I did it for Denmark, not for Ukraine, because for Ukraine it's very difficult. I need more time because a lot of fields mined, because a lot of mines in field, it's not possible to predict a harvest. A lot of territory is under occupation, and you do not understand is it possible to count them this territory or not. For this reason, the idea is very simple. For example, you have a harvest per year in tons of cereals, yes? You can use some amount as a straw. From this straw, you can create these blocks, and from these blocks, you can create this type of houses. And for example, potential of Denmark, from 5,000 buildings, 150 square meters, to 15,000 buildings, 57 square meters. So the logic is very simple. It's possible to do the same for Ukraine. Some of my drawings, different types, you can play it with this time. So you can see that we have more system like an architecture to create more buildings of different types. But it's not how to say, so it's like MVP. If we need an MVP today, it's these blocks, so it's possible to do. But it's not a main question for today. The main question is to building platform to scale the circular economy in the construction sector. How to do it? So, low carbon block web platform. The main idea is a decision making. So, it could be open source. You can download your project to this platform, and it will help you to analyze the project. And if you remember a nice presentation from Andreas from Ramble yesterday about zebrafish, it's like zebrafish, but online and open source. I'm so sorry. But who knows, maybe Ramble could make also your contribution to this project, and we can make it together. It also could be a marketplace when municipalities or investors or private clients can just order the necessary volume of these blocks to create their buildings. And also I see an opportunity of reporting, because a lot of investing will come to Ukraine, and municipalities need to show the transparency of this process. So this is a platform like a corruption risks mitigation solution. Benefits. Of course, it's time saving for decision making and reporting. Boost local economies by local small mobile manufacturers where it needs. Decentralization. It means that we need less amount of investments, so not huge plant for 2 million investments, but a very small manufacturing near the destroyed area with investments from 20 to 50,000 euro per each, and the potential of this manufacturing nearly 5-10 buildings per month. It will help us to reduce CO2 emissions from transport delivery, because now I see a lot of partners from Europe create their manufacturing on the border with Ukraine, and of course it's mitigation of their risks, but it's a very long way for delivery, more than 1,000 kilometers. Yesterday when I back home, I went to sleep. My wife checked my presentation, told me that it's very boring, depressive, and if I want to sell something, I need to add something beautiful. And so she sent me 100 AI images, and on the morning I just read the message, Alex, please make your choice about beautiful picture and include in your presentation. Your presentation will be refreshed. So I have my own family AI department, and to be honest here, yes, I need to show you real model of web platform, but not today, because we have one more important idea. In 5 seconds. Health tracking. That is the goal. Just you. So it's MVP already.
4, 3, 2. Thank you. All right.
Yes, I mean, first of all, I mean, I love everything that you present. There's already a solution out there called EcoCocoon. Do you know them?
Yes, I met with them several times
Yeah,
last week.
and they are actually interested in building up, Ukraine and
Yes.
setting up, local factories.
Yes, no, they do not plan to make local factories.
No, but I mean, they want to set up so you can produce it locally.
Yes, I'm involved in their first
So,
pilot
I mean,
project.
first of all, everything is right there, using straws and using straw elements, using the concept they have. I think to build on an existing concept which is already being proved, but also for structural, reasons, there's all the approvals for their elements, how they produce them. That means you can meet all the building codes by using, their concept.
A concept
So
of
they can
EcoCocoon?
build up to 7 storage buildings with the elements they have now. They're approved for that. So I think there's already a proven concept which you can actually utilize. So, I fully support you in that, and I would love to help you getting in contact with those people so they can help you. Because I think it's a great idea to do that.
Thank you so much.
That's all for me.
Thanks.
Excellent. Very impressed of you doing this over the weekend on your own. I'm curious about what were the greatest technological challenges that you had over the weekend working on this on your own?
Technological challenge. Technological challenge. Of course, my technological challenge is to make some MVP and to show you like a web platform. But I didn't realize this. And I see my role to show you a long-term vision and strategy, because you see that it's maybe 3-5 startups inside this presentation. And maybe my question to you, give you feedback and prioritization for me to reach better results faster. So, hope I answer your question.
Yeah, I mean, thanks a lot. There's a lot of great things in your approach, and also a lot of companies already doing some parts of that in Finland as well at the moment. Happy to matchmake you with them if needed. So.
Thank you so much. Yes, I need.
Well, I'm just going to give you a couple of compliments. I think amazing pitch, good attitude, everything was pretty good. And I also think that this kind of opportunities typically focus on the doers, but I really appreciate to have also the thinkers. So despite maybe you don't have a product, you just said like there's 4 or 5 startups here. I really think you are on a very good, interesting approach.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ReUkrainer. We support your mission, so please just go on and let's rebuild Ukraine together. Okay, next up we have Wildpatch coming in. Wildpatch. Oh. Clicker. Yes, no, maybe.
Wow. Why is it not?
Well, wait, is this record breaking group 14? It's a complex project. Wow, it must be super complex. Okay, just be careful with the camera and the room. We'll try to squeeze together. 14. Does any of you 14 know how to share the screen here properly? Let's help each other to be digitally prepared.
Yeah. When we did it before, it didn't. I just want to mirror.
That's just so better we had I just take the window, you can drag it out to the side.
Ah, okay.
Windows, way easier.
But then we can't see it here. Okay, whatever. We'll see it.
Okay, so we are Wildpatch. It's sort of program, and the idea is to try and restore nature one small patch at a time. The big issue is biodiversity loss. As for our IPBES report recently, it said that about 1 million species out of an estimated 8 million are at risk of extinction. And there's also a new EU law called Nature Restoration Law, which aims to increase biodiversity in the built environment in general, and that's done through a score that we'll need to implement in all the work that we'll do, and then limit global warming and along a whole other series of things. And I guess the main question is, as a designer, if you were given a site, what would you do? And where would you start to design for biodiversity? Because in most cases, we don't have the skills and we rely on other expertise. So our solution is a tool for both citizens, designers, and decision making. So it's a very broad aspect, and the target audience is also quite broad. And the market gap that we sort of found was that the first thing is awareness of all these issues, and also access to biodiversity datasets, because these are on different platforms, hard to reach, and also I think rely on expertise of people. And then the other step is understanding sort of the alliances between species. So like if you have a tree, what bushes go with that, what insects, et cetera, et cetera. So to really increase biodiversity, you need to understand the connection between all those elements. And then last but not least is how do you communicate all of this in a easy to read format. So the tool that we developed is both BIM and web-based. So it depends if you are a designer, then you access those tools. If you are a citizen or someone that doesn't access those tools, you can do it on the web. The first thing you would put is the location of your site, either existing or new. Based on that, it will generate a list of existing species, both on a map and as a list. And then from there, you would have sort of a detail of all the species there. The next step, it will then generate a priority list, and that's both considering everything that it's on your site and around it, and also things that you should implement to basically increase the biodiversity that is compatible with the system that it's already there. And then it will give you a visual representation, because I feel like most of these things tend to be quite text-based, and I think it's important to visualize sort of what the possible ecosystem is. And then you have at the bottom sort of idea of the alliances and the connection that you have between all the species that the program has made. And then you will have different parameters that will then influence what your outcome is. The backend, which is also I think the key to all of this, because as designers, we work in BIM and work with all these tools that implement these things, and how do we bring all that information into the tools that, as a designer, we use every day. So I guess, Maria.
Yep. So we picked an area of interest, and that's in Copenhagen South, close to Bella Center. And we managed to combine various open data sources. What you see here is actually insect species, various plant species, and various bird species in one visualization on the layer of Urban Atlas provided by the European Environment Agency. And what the planner can do is actually visualize this information in QGIS, query the information, and actually get an overview of what species already exist in the area.
Okay, and building from this, we decided on the sort of BIM side of our project is to look at how designer can use the data and actually visualize it. So, for example, a construction planner given real-world coordinates. So we built a Grasshopper script in Rhino from scratch, which will take all of the data gathered. In this case, it was in CSV format. This is data from all over, could be a country. It filters it down based on real-world coordinates set by the user. So they just have to pick their coordinates. We also implemented a workflow that used data from In this case, it was CityWeft using an API, and that's how we get the buildings here. And then we cross-referenced it with the data, filtered out the data outside of our little biome. And as you can see here, we end up with a little list of trees, birds. We also had insects, visualizing your little biome, what biodiversity you have on your site. And this is a tool for our users. And this is it visualized. We have the pigeon army. So
and so all that goes into this is a massive amount of data. And to be honest, I haven't slept this night. I had to get data into this format. And for anyone who has tried to access public data, you might know the problem that in some cases, the data that you get, you have to clean it. It isn't clean for you. I kid you not. In the data sources that the European Union uses, there are placeholder text in the headers. When you load it into code, it breaks the code because it doesn't pass the text. They haven't even tested that the data that they provide actually works. So what we provide here is a contract. This is a solved problem in software. Because if you send a data to a client like a mobile phone and it's incorrect, your phone crashes. How often do you see an app crash these days? Yes, when they push new updates and such to the operating system and such, you might have something that crashes. But in general, it's a fixed problem. You specify what you want, the exact format you want in it, you get it the exact way that you want it. So you don't go to the data sources and figure out how to stitch all of this together. You just define what you want, and that's what you get. And it's a contract. You don't get anything that doesn't fit this contract ever, because the server won't allow it to reach you. And this goes out and fetches the data from all kinds of different data sources. So even in something as complex as the biodiversity and such, we can see how all of this interconnects. You say, okay, I need to start here, and then you build out from there what it is that I need to get this data. And of course, this goes way beyond biodiversity and such. If we want to solve the problems that we had, we at least need to be sure that the data that we have available, that we can actually access it.
Yeah, so what we managed to solve during these 2 days was the data ingestion part and the data consumption part. If we were to scale up, it would be very nice to store the data in a data warehouse while transforming the data. And actually, we have put the use cases there. When consuming the data, the 2D planner can use QGIS, the 3D designer can use Grasshopper, you can use Neo4j for artificial intelligence and machine learning. You can also use it for accessing the data from your device, and you can also use the data for business intelligence.
And you might be asking, is there a business case in this tool? And the answer is yes. So over the weekend, we got a proof of concept, and from tomorrow on, we can start working on proof of business. The new regulations and reporting on biodiversity within the EU is touching the construction market, which currently makes 9% of the whole EU GDP. So that's where our users are. We think that this tool could be subscription-based. So for enterprises and businesses, it will be run as another software that they use for their design work. We would also offer a freemium version for citizens and students, for instance. Our go-to-market strategy is first starting in the United Kingdom, because that's where their biodiversity net gain reporting tool was already implemented last year, and that's our testing ground. We will also move then straight to Denmark, because this year, hopefully, there will be a bioscore implemented, so we can also test the reporting and designing or dividing the score here, and also then we're moving on to other countries of the EU, later on to the whole world, of course. So to conclude, our tool is simplifying the process to design for biodiversity. We're also increasing the quality of early stage design by already making the designers and decision makers aware of what should be implemented in the process. And by that, we're enabling a resilient world, and that's what we need for our future, of course. So that's a Wildpatch, restoring nature one patch at a time. And this is our whole team who worked on it over the weekend. Thank you.
So how much of this did you build during the weekend?
So I can say on part of the actual tool, the Grasshopper tool, which took all the data and built the models, that was all built this weekend. The visualization and gathering all the data. So yeah.
It seems like you thought also about commercializing aspects of it. So would that mean that you are ready to move on to the next stage with it and prepare it as a product and go to market?
Yeah, I think we're ready. We've got a pretty solid team here of developers, programmers, designers, project managers. So that could happen for sure.
So that means looking at, somebody who can help you driving that, commercial aspect would be interesting.
Yeah, so we've looked into the EU grants. There's one called Biodiversa. They had an open call last year, but I think there will be more coming soon. And other grants across EU, but we would also be open to angel investors from the beginning.
I like the way you approached it. Looking good. Thanks.
There we go. Thank you. This was super impressive again. And what really caught my attention was the biodiversity alliances that you studied with the platform. Can you talk more about how you gather the data to make it real?
Yes, so I forgot what it's called, the data platform, but one of the key data providers for the European Union and others. They have CSV files that we just download, and then we fed it into Neo4j. But the reason why I didn't sleep tonight was because this simple thing of loading 10 CSV files is a mess because the data isn't cleaned. Basic data hygiene doesn't exist for public data like this. In the header, the last column said fill in more countries here. You have lines that cross different lines, which means that when you read the file, it breaks the program. And that's why we need to fix this, because if we are all running into this problem, if you clean that data once, everyone who needs or uses afterwards doesn't have to clean it. And currently we just say, yeah, we provided the data, you have to do your part for cleaning it. But it's a waste of everyone's resources, especially when we don't have the time.
All right, good job. Definitely new tools for biodiversity are needed, and I remember there was a bit similar project last year here. I don't know if some of you were part of the project team then. So is there a kind of follow up from that, or was this done kind of on its own?
I can chime in on that. I think I think the part of the challenge that we're taking on this year is like curating the information about these alliances and about the relationships about like what is relevant to build in a particular place. And we had a lot of dialogues around that. So it's I can also see there's a GIF we built that didn't fit in the presentation, so I have it running here, where it's like we can take images that are available in that library and curate it for a design audience, which is a bit of a different angle than last year, which was like very landscape directly oriented. Yeah.
Okay, but did you use something that was developed already earlier in this?
No, not directly.
Yeah, no, it's just that the tool. Yeah, it's. Yeah, there's a similar concept that I think actually fits best for this year's topic. So, and it's also expanded, as Alexander said, from just a landscape to kind of biotopes, and yeah, interesting. So it seems that you're looking. By the way, Alexander, good that you put up the GIF. Is the tool operative, or you just have like placeholder information?
Placeholder informations. Yeah.
Say again?
I think placeholders. Like we have
Okay.
the backend that is sorted, and then the next step would be the 3D. Like the 3D works, and I think the plugin onto like 3D software does work.
Okay.
But the sort of at a web.
You need another weekend. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Yes.
But I think your question, the operative one they showed, that is the one that's operative that you saw in the 3D environment, that is all based on citizen information. So that is the existing biodiversity that has been observed by citizens in place, and that one is operative for any location in a 3D environment, also through the help and connection to CityWeft.
And my last question would be: you have a go-to-market strategy, but this is not a but. Sorry, forget about the but. This seems to be a parametric tool, aiming for, is it designers? Would be like the client base. It's kind of a SaaS product.
Yeah, so it's parametric, but it like also helps you suggest or helps to suggest the designers what they could choose and how much space, for example, they need to provide to create a biodiverse space. So, for example, if you work in infrastructure, you might want to go in and see like, oh, if I need to build an underpass here, I don't only provide space for the stairs and the ramps for the accessibility, but also for additional space for some trees or whatever you need to create a good score on your project for biodiversity. Because that's very hard to gauge if you're not a specialist, but this could sort of help that and give you reference, these Nature 2000 reference areas, and say, oh, it will be a healthy environment if you have some of these species in your project.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot, Wildpatch. Record-breaking group size, awesome. And we are welcoming the empathy tool for urban design on stage.
Yeah, actually, I was the 15th member of the other group.
You were the 15th member of the other group.
And I'm buying the thingy. I'm the customer.
You're the customer.
I'm the customer. So I already bought it, so that's why I couldn't be part of the group.
Amazing.
Well, maybe. Yeah, thanks. So, I'm the customer buying Wildpatch, which you just saw here, so they're already in business. In this role, I'm the architect in urban design to fix all the block mistakes from way past. In the entrance area, meaning that I'm mapping and analyzing all stakeholders and clashing interests and documenting all recommendations for the municipality. And the client assignment is establish real biodiversity, no greenwashing here. And not green decorations, but green integration with Copenhagen area, meaning nature-based solutions. And by the way, remember, more space to entrance area for suppliers to blocks, because there's a clash here. So I took Wildpatch and looked at a larger area. And as we know, there's there's a really big green area southwest of blocks, and the most common wind direction in Denmark is from the southwest, meaning that many bugs will find its way that direction. And now we are focusing on a little favorite here. We would like to see more butterflies around blocks and in Copenhagen. So I'm a storyteller, so this is the user POV of the peacock butterfly Abelone. welcome to Abelone. She has a silent voice, like many has in urban planning, and she's speaking body language. And when she opens her wings and you think that she's trying to charm you, she's actually trying to scare you away, and showing her eyes that you saw before to scare predators, and she's spending a lot of energy doing that. And she's really picky about flowers because she has very fine senses, and she prefers some unpopular plants among humans like sisal and dandelion. And she dies if she has no water moisture. And important for this is that next generation will never happen if there are no stinging nettle to nourish the caterpillars. She weighs only a gram, so she's carried away by the wind. And she's actually also a pollinator for flowers. There's so much focus on bees, but we forget many other bugs and insects. So this is what she needs for next generation. The caterpillars, they eat the nettles, and meaning that she would thrive in this Kalvebod-Brygge area that we just saw before from the direct wind direction. And let me see if this works. I'm not a tech girl, you can see that. So what I really came for this hackathon for was a tool for point of views for users. And what I made half an hour ago was this Google Earth Studio first attempt. But this is her route flying, and it's getting more and more harsh for her, getting closer to blocks, less and less. She fell in the water. That's the harbor. So she didn't even make it. She actually does on the well, that happens. So that's why you really need to nourish her caterpillars. So I suggest we give her a lunch bag at blocks with energy, and in the Louvre, of course, of winds and traffic. But she lives from sisal and dandelions. That's what I learned from the other tool, and that takes up plenty of space. And we have this negotiation between opposing and competing interests in urban design in the area. So second best choice for nature would be, and you can also learn that from Wildpatch, that she could eat from these bushes, but they are not local, they are not original to Denmark, so they're not much use for other species and for microdiversity. So there's a lot of things in this little story. What I'm looking for is a better immersive 3D simulation of clashing stakeholder interest to optimize solutions for all future users' point of views, and remaking obsolete urban designs. It would be costly and pushing planetary boundaries, and future biodiversity is priceless, so I'm not giving you businessy costs here. And this is a client vision for Copenhagen, that it's not only a city of clean harbor water, gastronomy, and happy people, but also for butterflies. Thank you.
I don't have much to say, but I really like the idea, and I think all these biodiversity corridors are super important. And as a previous designer in another life, I really appreciate your approach. Another thinker, really good, and also to raise the awareness that not all species are native, and therefore maybe you should consider that, and also that not only the bees are good for cross-pollination, always too.
Ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, same. Thank you so much for sharing your creative story, and it really matters.
Thank you. This was a surprising hack, and I really love it that you built on top of another team's hack as well. So it was a really cool spin. Hence, I'm curious, what else would you add based on what you learned this weekend from the other teams so that you can continue to collaborate with them?
A lot. I mean, it's clear that there is so much to look into. I'm on a quest for bringing all users into a dialogue, so I think I'll just collaborate on with them and with many other partners. Yes.
No doubt about that. Storytelling in these, difficult situation around biodiversity is important. We need to understand the situation of our species. How we have, pushed them out of their environment, and I think we need, more gray spaces to become green spaces. We need more gray roofs to become green roofs. We need to understand better, what vegetables, what greens, what other stuff can we actually plant on the roofs, etc. To feed more, insects into our cities. So I mean, I only have to say that I fully, I do a lot on my own roof terrace, to feed birds and insects, etc. Even spiders. My wife, she hates spiders, but I do it because
Yes,
I mean, the more spiders we have, guess what? The more birds we have.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I like it. So let's. I mean, this is something about local authorities as well, because it has also to do with the local regulations and how we actually build and permit, and what kind of biodiversity regulations that we actually put into and reinforce into the built environment. So it's an important topic.
Yeah, thank you. Also, to you and Sarah, is that I'm also working with creative people for developing a method for storytelling that would be more inclusive and not just the designers or real estate point of view on our built environment. So, thank you.
Thank you so much for participating in our community. And on the AEC scene, it's so great to have butterflies on board also. Thanks a lot. And so important. We have Projector coming on stage.
Projector coming up.
14 people again, or who takes the microphone?
We also have another 35 people working from home.
Okay.
Personality of 36.
All right.
F5. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We made it. This is our team. I am the Chief Communications Officer, Ashkan Technology, and we have Helgi on design. We're all architects in training, but we are all not working directly with architecture, which is interesting. I'm not sure how relevant, but interesting. Our project is called Projector, and we saw a lot of really good projects that are engaging problems of, let's say, problems of the world, and how do we help architects and AEC solve problems of the world. But we are taking a slightly different approach, and it's us as like, what problems are we facing in our industry and as professionals that we could potentially solve in this hackathon. And I will ask if anyone can relate to the following scenario, where I ask Ashkan, hey, I'm looking for the latest kind of model file of the site. Do you know where it is? And then he says, yeah, it's in this file architecture. And in this, there's like iteration 2, and there's the previous version and the latest version, and you start looking for the right file. And this is extremely annoying, and everyone that we spoke to about this, it can relate to that problem of having a very, very large amount of files. We just have a lot of files, and we have a lot of iterations, and we also have a lot of different people working on the same project, adding more files, and it's just becoming increasingly hard to navigate the amount of files, especially as the project is progressing, as we're meeting tight deadlines, as we're getting more and more data, more and more collaborators. It's getting really, really hard. This just finding the right file for the right task. And there's different problems in this besides being like frustrating and annoying. Sometimes you might actually use not the most up-to-date file in order to make decisions, or you send to a client the wrong file, or there's miscommunications in the team. People feel like, okay, I don't feel like I can get involved in the project because I don't know where everything is. And the solution that we have come up with as an industry for this problem is literally folder structure police, We're trying in the different organizations to have the most intuitive folder structure, but then also making sure that everyone is putting the right file in the right place and putting the right name on the right thing. This is what we're doing. And what happens is that some people, they sign up for a company, they sign a contract, and they are structural engineers, but then they find out soon enough that they need to also be folder structure engineers.
Everybody knows.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you. No. What we see as especially painful in this problem is that all the data, everything that we need in order to solve this problem is already there. The file knows that it is the right file. All of the data exists inside the file that can tell me this, but it's just somehow impossible for me to reach the right file for the right thing. So our solution, the Projector, is a very simple solution for navigating project files. We say what kind of file we want to look for. It goes into the machine and then brings back the file location. Super simple, I would say even elegant. The way we approach this is with two main things. One is to use natural language because we understand that this is how you would solve it anyway. I would go to Ashkan and say, there was this file for the model, but it was a really, really big file, but I don't remember where it is. And then he said, oh, I know, because you described it in natural language, so I understand. And with the capabilities we have today of natural language, we can really translate our own kind of weird thinking into finding the right thing in the right file. And the other system is kind of manual filtering, where I can say, show me all the PDFs, show me all of this, and then I can slowly narrow down to find the file. We're now going to show a live demonstration of our system. What we did, yeah. Let's do that, maybe.
It's like the live keynote where a computer says no.
No, I can fix that.
So this is the interface?
Well, so yeah, the first thing we'll show is, I'll start with this actually.
Okay.
We've made a fake project folder. So we know that in every office it looks a little bit different, which is partially the problem. But then you go into models and then you have, there's all these like different model files. And if I go into designs, then there's all these different files. And sometimes I'm like, is it even in design folder, in model folder? These things are collected into a JSON file that looks like this. I'll elaborate on this later. And this is basically our interface. Okay, this is now working live, no strings attached. And I will ask, what is the latest site model file? And fingers crossed, here you go. The latest file is this one, and this is its location inside the folder. But I can then go a little bit deeper and then say, what are the files? So this is all really simple because this data exists on the file. This is simple metadata of like who added the file to the folder, what is the name, what is the type, all of this. But to be honest, we have solved this already today at 11. So we say, why stop at just finding the file, where also the content of the file exists in the same format. So then I can ask, is there a file talking about safety regulations? Yes, there is a file because we are also able to look into the content. And then I can also ask questions about the content. What's the distance to a fire exit? Max. Cannot exceed 35 meters. This is data that exists inside the file. And we have also in parallel been working on a graphic user interface, and we will have Helgi.
And this is what the keynote should work. When it comes to this, we had the filtering options and the communication. And at this point, we were really talking about simplicity, because as we started talking earlier, everything was about heavy loads of information. So how can we simplify that into the 3 core elements? We're talking about filtering, which is live working right here. So we talked about Carol, so let's search for Carol. Oh yeah, we can have her here. Of course, we can clear the chat and everything like that. And at the same time, we have the tags down here. So we can start to look for tags that are already inside the Carter tag. At the same time, well, I'm not that original and I'm Icelandic, so of course I ask questions about some Icelandic stuff. So, and of course, what files do we have on HubSpot? Both guys work for Henning Larsen, so of course we needed to ask questions on that. And well, the prompt needed to say something. So this is the output that comes from them. But the machinery is basically the collection of these 2. And let's go back to the presentation. And like Nitz talked about earlier, cute cat. So when going under the hood, what we were doing was basically taking the LLM and combining it to a graphic interface. And I must admit that I am the no-coder. I am formerly new UI designer, educated architect, worked with experience design for many, many years within the field of workplace design. So this is the basic workflow for me. Starting to work, Figma is my new Adobe. And from that can work with all kind of LLM models as well. So importing that into Builder.io, into Lovable, actually just by communicating with it. And from there starting to giving it some kind of a database. And the output from that was the GUI, the graphical UI that we saw.
I will go really quickly about the system of tagging that we've developed. So every file, we extract the metadata that is very basic and exists in every file, like the name, the path where it is, the type, size, when it's created, who was it added by. But then we also have kind of file type specific data that we're extracting. So if it is a PDF, we will get the number of pages, blah, blah, blah. If it's an image, resolution, InDesign, orientation. There's all these type of different things that we can get without actually opening every separate file. It's metadata that exists and is accessible. The workflow that I showed before. So what happens is that basically we're using different quite basic Python libraries in order to generate this JSON file that we call the librarian, because it is one place that kind of knows everything about every separate file, but doesn't actually hold the file. So the database is actually very lightweight. The JSON file looks a little bit like this. Every file will get this kind of different parameters, and then it's very easily searchable. But when we're going into searching the content of the files, where we don't want to store all of them in this regenerated JSON, I will pass to Ashkan.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm gonna explain this very fast. So in the beginning, like this elegant idea of having one file to just trace everything out was very interesting, and then we decided to, what if we can connect this with all this? I'm going through this very quickly because there are already tools that we can connect to any storage format data, like Google Drive, local storage, all types of corporate data structure that you think of, Azure, whatever. And then they can turn like a bunch of extension into any format of the database. We use Pinecone for this project, so we can quickly just embed it in a language model. Yeah, if you have a question, you can ask later.
Yeah, just to wrap it up. Yeah, with this one. The interesting part about this is, as Ash and Nitz talked about earlier, that all of these things are actually something that give immediate impact, because this is something that we know. This is a frustration that can start to be worked upon right now. Time, 3, 2, 1. Scalability solution, yes. Future enhancement, definitely.
Yeah, just a question. I mean, a lot of the platforms out that are supporting, document management, etc. Can you extract similar, functionalities for those databases?
Of course, that was one of the things I think we didn't have time, or we were so too excited to explain it. We wanted to create this on top of the things that are already under development and ongoing development. So as far as they go, like forward with all the technology, LLM models, and all the file structure, we are getting better with the product. So basically, we are getting a free labor of what other people are doing because we are kind of integrating into one piece.
Yeah, because there's so many different documents that you would like to search into, isn't there? So that means they can be stored in different, systems, but also in different places. Some, in the cloud, some which is local networks.
So this one we use Google Drive, and we just put a bunch of stuff in there, like this format that you saw, and yeah, and then for example, Unstructured is the startup. I think last year they could have done this embedding and the chunking only like 10 formats, and now to this year they can do 20 other formats. And I think it just is progressive.
2 quick questions, which are yes and no questions. Did you do it this weekend, all of it?
Yes.
Can it be used on Monday?
Yes.
Good, thanks.
Beautiful. Any Monday. Yeah.
If it was tomorrow, you would have asked tomorrow. It could be used on a Monday.
Not a Monday.
Good. I have a follow-up question on the Monday question. Who do you see as the primary end user of this? Would it be the VDC manager, or would it be someone that is less technical?
I would answer this, maybe. Everyone is a potential user of this, the same way that everyone is a user of Google, even though you can type in the whole address of a website. I think this would be especially useful for people who are new to the office, new to the project, external to the project, new to the team. It will also be extra useful for people who are using, who have like an external use of the files. So people who need to send files to clients and communicate to kind of validate that I actually have the right file that I'm looking for. But I see this as being used by everyone everywhere along the project, just to know that I'm accessing the right thing at the right time. Yeah, of course.
Because the beginning of the project, it started with like a personal project. All the chatbots are, if it's personal, you feel like you want to use them more. And when it becomes a tool that in your office, you don't really want to use them. So we spoke about this. We haven't thought about it, how we're going to be implemented. But this should be kind of personalized version of like what like big software you have, but for yourself to be like it's extra gadget that you have. So you can be kind of in coordination.
Yeah. It could become the new office assistant. Let's say it like that.
The librarian.
The librarian, as we call it.
All right, I think Michael asked all my questions, so nothing to add here. Good job. Thanks.
Okay, good. So I get some time. Great pitch. I love that, it's also kind of, it doesn't matter if it's true. What matters is what you say it's true. So it was a great pitch with good nuances. I really like this kind of AI-powered navigation and indexation kind of approach. I love to see like advanced AI stuff like Versal, Cursor, Lovable, all these tools are really good. And I think it's actually quite useful, the approach you're taking, because we all know the pain. I don't know about the librarian yet, but sounds interesting. So what's stopping the librarian to go live? Because this seems kind of cross-disciplinary, across corporations. This is useful.
I would say that one of the things that while we were working on this, there was once in a while we were like, there's got to be a tool already doing this. Like this makes so much sense, and all the data is there, and all the technology is there. We couldn't find anything. Also, there's no other app called Projector, another surprise. But what's stopping this? I don't think there's many things stopping this. We were discussing already kind of doing a kind of an internal version for the office to try and work on this. This is very, like, it's not intrusive. It's something that I can apply in the office, and I'm not risking it changing any files or things getting lost. Yeah.
So this is just for Helge to have some promotion. But while he's doing this, also there were some parts that, like, to be honest, we just glued together. for this purpose of like showing that this circle can be completed, but it doesn't mean that is bulletproof. But it can be bulletproof because there were 3 of us, and we only had we had like 4 hours of sleep at least last night. So this can be better, of course, but this is probably we need some man hours to make sure that things are moving smoothly.
And just another comment. I think this is important to say that this is an assisting tool, and it's not about replacing any existing system. So for me, when I'm looking for a file, I can still look in the folders, and I'll still go and ask around. And there's something that I can also ask this. And then maybe I'm not satisfied with the result, which is fine. It's like any other decision aid mechanism. So even if it is not completely proof, it's not something that dictates the way I'm searching for files and replaces everything else.
And just, but just to answer to Thiago, because of course we don't at this point stop now, because we know this is the basis that we made in 20 some hours. And we know that the possibilities, because of the LLM and the systems that you talked about, the integration possibilities are enormous. So the scalability is enormous just by finding the right direction and find the right user groups. So all of these pains that we talked about earlier today were some that everybody knows in here. The documentation, the stack of documentation, all of these things have been talked about since Friday. Raped talked about it. Dialogues talked about it as partners of the group. So we all know the importance of having the right documentation available for the right users at this point. So just to say, just like this is something that we put up quite early to step into like the field that we could work with. But of course we focus on AEC. And in that point, we also know that our documentation is heavy and it's also costable. And as Nitz talked about earlier, wrong document at the wrong time. We don't want to do that.
Thank you.
Ran with the mic muted, I think, all the way here.
The what?
Oh. Okay, so thank you, Projector. We have one group left, a bit of an unusual group, I should say, but let's welcome on board Damon and Helle. DC. You have 7 minutes plus minus 3. Okay.
Super. Super.
Okay. Now it comes to the test. Digital preparedness. Let's see.
No.
I don't think so. You need a microphone.
Okay. Super. All right. So usually people can't get drunk at their own party, as they say. But sometimes we have a chance to do cool things when we're here. Like, I bet not many people know that on the mobile version of our website, if you click on the image, it'll take you to a web-based VR and AR experience of our logo. And we did that at one of our events during the presentation. So, and that's one of the fun things about coming here to Blocks. So my teammate, Helle, who I met here out of all cool places, we decided to come up, well, we had a project that actually we'd been working on beforehand, so this doesn't count. We're bringing kind of a code base from before. And we called our team From Community to Community. And so a little bit, I hope Eska's catching time because I did not turn it on. Cool. Is, as we said, so the mission of the AEC Hackathon when we got started was we want to improve how our world is designed, built, and operated. And why do we do it? Is to empower you all and ourselves, because we're in the industry, to be the change that we want to see in the industry, right? And as one gentleman told me that was here, but he was from Estonia, it was awesome because ultimately he said that when safe discomfort opens the mind and mutual passions connect the heart, innovation soars. And I think that's what's so awesome about this, right? Is that everyone kind of steps outside of their comfort zone, connects with everyone else who for the most part is a pretty cool person. And then you'll do some really cool shit. So with that said, we're always improving, right? Everything, hence the version numbers. Now, being from the States, I didn't realize that's also how you write your dates. So I know that creates some confusion sometimes for people, but it's actually like a V1, V whatever. So this is V12.1. And so everything from workshops to foods to challenges, student involvement, accommodations. So as I've said before, for people that are coming in town, if you reach out to us, we'll try to help you out. Like literally everything from the logo is always this feedback loop. None of us know how to do this. So with that said, we said, okay, well, updating is cool, but the goal of this weekend is to go like full level up, right? A whole different kind of way to do this. And so what we're going to share is a few things. So the first is kind of meet your AECH cousins, right? It's very difficult. I'm fortunate because I get a chance to go to a lot of these to try to connect people, but we're really trying to see how can we connect people with their international peers, right? And this is really great for just helping take these great ideas that I always see in the Nordics and spread them to the rest of the world. Because as y'all focus on a lot of these important issues, that's very important. And then also, if you're a new company or if you're someone who has a solution and you want to take it to a bigger market like the States or something. So how can we begin to do this? So that is definitely one of the things that we want to do. And we're here to support the ideas that tap into this overall mission, dumping back on you. The next thing I'm happy to announce today, and this will actually go public, is that because we have gotten interest from people over the years to help with the Rebuild Ukraine, we said, hey, let's not test this initiative out when it matters most. Let's do it when it matters still, though. And because of the fires that devastated California recently, in June, there will be an AEC Hackathon Rebuild Edition. And I'm very grateful to some of the people here, some of the companies where it looks like a good European kind of contingent's going to go over to LA. There are people there as well. There's more information about that coming up, but this will be the first of a rebuild series. And again, this was kind of pushed by people from the community. So if you want to get involved with this, let me know. If you want, we're trying to get a big Airbnb for lots of people, lots of rooms. So if you're coming over, we'll try to help accommodate some costs on that. Also, this is the AEC Hackathon org team, and probably the best, coolest thing I've ever been able to say, and this is with the most love and self-reflection. Yes, I founded the AEC Hackathon, but I've kept it on life support. I'll be quite honest. I've done the best that I can with the amazing people, but I think what's amazing is now it's time to hand it over to the next generation of people who are going to take this and really let this thing grow into the best that it can actually be. So with that, I'm very excited, and a round of applause, please, to welcome our new executive director, Hele, who is going to be... As we see, right, there needs to be less people with gray in the hair leading the new wave. And this is a lovely individual that has shown just how the great attitude, the right thinking, and everything else can make innovation go. So this will be our new captain. And so anything that you need, I will still be assisting her as her shadow, but I am very excited about the directions that we have to go. And if you have anything to share, lady, as the clock is ticking.
Yeah, the clock is ticking. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for the trust. And I really look forward to this journey. It only just started with this weekend, as you saw, the initial steps. So we're going to reach out to all of you to figure out where the community actually is going and where we want to head with the ship. Yeah, because I'm not the tech person. You guys are. So yeah, so I look forward to it. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then we'll be getting an overhaul of a lot of stuff. We're switching from a U.S. Entity, just to let those know, to a European. This will help with a lot of people, especially since recent geopolitical tensions. So, so a lot of new things coming that we'll be sharing over the course of the year. But as always, we value and need your input, right? Help us continue to keep making this better. We are, for anyone that's interested, we've realized that we're at a point to where we need principals. So if anyone would like to be involved in that or just help, things like that, that'd be super awesome. Pretty much, I'm one of those that just follows the Burning Man principles, if y'all are familiar with that, because they're pretty righteous. But still, please get involved if you're interested in that. And then the last thing is, please, if you're interested, scan this QR code. It'll take you to a form where, again, you can give ideas on how to make this better, things you'd like to see. It's a wish list. So if there are any improvements or something, I mean, it's really hard to improve what the blocks folks here do. Come visit us in the States. You'll be scanning that QR code. But outside of that, yeah, I just want to say thank you, everyone. Thank you, Hele, and thank you for letting us present. Thank you, judges.
Without even breaking the time barrier. That's impressive, Damon. That must be a first. Okay, so I know, yeah, tech. Okay, so what's going to happen now is that the jury is going to vote and to discuss a lot about your technologies and the hacks proposed today. So in doing that, you have a short break. You can get a cup of coffee or check out the cool resources that we have tested today. And we will come back and drag you back into Arena when we are ready. Okay, thank you guys. Okay. Okay. Anybody wants a reward or what? Let's gather up, guys. Let's gather up. Please join us by the stage. Ooh. Okay, is everybody gathered by the stage? More or less. I just want to quickly say hello from Timu. He had to catch a flight. So, sorry? The mic should be on. Can everybody hear me? Okay, guys, we are slowly coming to an end of an amazing weekend once again for the 6th time here at Blocks Hub. But no weekend is finalized completely without showing you who actually won the hackathon. So we've been looking forward to be able to conclude this. And I hope everybody is joining us here in. Can we get the presentation on, please? Yeah, I know. So this is our opening slide for the hack. And let's go on. So at any hackathon, there is one main winner. And I want to conclude once again that this is not necessarily one individual or one discipline or one way of working, one kind of methodology, but for the main winning category, I want to say, and let's just give it the traditional congratulations to the community. Guys, this is for you. I mean, without the community, there is no need to do these hackathons. And you're building on to a very proud traditions of hackathons. This is the 12th years, and it's the 6th time on Blocks Hub. And we are celebrating your attendance and your contribution to our format. Thank you from us to you. So let's jump right into it. We have the first category, and I need to say that the jury decided not to have winners for all 6 categories this year. So don't worry that we only have, I think it's 4 categories actually. There are 6 categories in total, but we are not doing the best startup, for example. Yeah, because no one went for that. Exactly. No one used code from the past hack from the past event. So So just to rule out any kind of confusion in that regard, we only have 4 categories, yes. So for best solves a big problem project, and let's get it again. We got CommuniCaos, please join us on stage. Wow. First, of course, you have this beautiful diploma that is for you. And also, we want to hand over an important surprise from RAB Software. Thank you. Here you go. And one more. And does any of you guys have a comment to this? How was it playing a hackathon and winning a hackathon? Could we get a quick one?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this. It's exciting for us, I think. I think that the main learning and insight that we had, that we are very different, but when we are together, united, when we're trying to achieve best stuff, collaborate together, we can create actually something really exciting one. And yeah, it was really nice.
Yes, actually there is something what I shared with friends just before we came here, and that's actually I can see here a lot of bright minds, but all of you guys are working with programming, coding, and so on and so forth. And yeah, I think it would be nice, and I think it should be maybe my mission and yours to bring more people like working with the construction industry on daily basis, so we can actually bring some problems here, more problems. So, yeah, because there is a lot of them in the construction industry.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was so much fun. I worked with people I don't think I would ever have talked to if I'd never come to this event. And my analogy for a hackathon is it's like a really good festival. I'm already thinking about going back to the same festival, and I want to do it in a completely different way. And I'm going to have just as much fun, but in a completely different way. Thanks so much.
Thanks to CommuniCaos, and thank you for joining us. Hoping to see you again then next year, at least, or before maybe, right?
No, those guys are on the hook for bringing construction people now. We will see them.
Join us ASAP then, please. Let's jump right to the next category. So, the best mashup project, and here we are talking about the solution that combines an event sponsors, a community supporters tech, and we have AEC Flow. Welcome to AEC Flow.
Oh, I gotta give this away. Oh, wait. What are you doing?
They might have to catch a flight, I guess. Oh, I can take these two.
It's not anymore. Oh my god.
Okay, could we maybe get a comment on this win from the AEC Flow group?
So, as a student, I came here with the expectations to sit in the back and learn, and then to actually have such really, really talented people come and support ideas from just a student was such a nice thing to experience, and I really encourage everyone to try during the hackathon.
I know. First time to win anything, I think. Thank you guys. It was really, really fun. We're very surprised, I'd say. Just before announcing, we were very sure that we won't win. Thank you, and enjoy the rest. Let's keep in touch. Let's do it this on and on. It's really important.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, also, and also like somehow like
It's now my second time I'm here, and second time I also did one in Zurich. And I don't know what exactly it is, but somehow the vibe here is slightly more like playful. And actually, I also really appreciate it because last time I was in a part of a group that won a prize, but we had only presented a presentation in the end. And now we actually delivered something technical. I was a bit unsure about our presentation, so I also really appreciate that the jury also really appreciate to reward a technical achievement to an extent.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, AC Flow. And I also want to quickly mention that Dejan is actually one of our representatives in Poland at the Wrocław Hackathon. So you can go to Poland and visit Dejan and the cool organizers team down there. Congratulations, guys. A last thing before I just move on. Afterwards, all of the winning groups have to go to our photographer and get a super cool winning team photo over here, just mentioning that. Okay, let's go on here. So the next group, the next hack, the best hack for humans project that use built environment related data to improve the human experience in structures and cities. And we need the... We have Wildpatch, Team Wildpatch. On stage. The 14 people group. And now I have a problem with the chocolate. Should we try and position it in the middle somewhere? Okay, chocolate is not good for everyone, so maybe share a little bit.
That's what humans do.
Just take a couple here. Just take a couple here. Up. Here. Almost everyone.
Come on.
Come on. We need to say some for us also, remember. Wow, and aside of winning this best hack for humans, I just want to say that I actually think it's the biggest group that I've seen in AEC Hackathon context for over the years, and it's 5 years or so. It's very impressive that you have accomplished to work so many people together in so short time. That's quite cool, you know, setting up a team this big and doing something awesome together without it falling apart in 48 hours is awesome. But that's just my ideas. Maybe one of you guys wants to comment on this one? We could start over here.
I can just pass it on. But yeah, from my perspective, I had amazing experience because I'm not from architecture, built environment at all. I represent the business part and strategy. So this was a great experience. And exactly, I was commenting also about the project management part of this weekend, which was amazing. Like somehow we managed to divide the roles and tasks and groups, which really helped the process. So that's like one of the most important things. And I've learned a lot about this industry and sector. So very good. Someone
just on the note of working in large groups, I was on a 12-person team last year, and I've learned a lot about like how do you get 12 people aligned and really get people thinking in the same direction. So like right now, I'm just going to make a promise to share a guide of how you do that and how you facilitate that, and also just get rolling on a presentation right away, because I think it can really help. It can really help just like streamline the whole process.
Can I just add a quick thing? I think it's my first hackathon and I don't know what to expect, but I think it's incredible, sort of like the breadth of people that are here and also the very, like, I guess, specific expertise. Like we had people looking at 2D, people looking at 3D, people looking at like connection, people looking at communication, people looking at business. And it's like we had basically a day of like, a little bit of thinking and then a day to do and then a little bit more of like trying to put a presentation together. And it's incredible like how much with like people that you normally wouldn't communicate with, what you can achieve.
Super cool, congratulations! And that guide, actually, I'm quite sure that if you share it with Damon and the guys in the back office, they will upload it to the webpage or something like that. So please share; it's a good idea. Thank you, guys, and congratulations with the best hack for humans, Wildpatch. Thank you, guys. The chocolate responsible. Okay, let's move on.
Now I will say this though, if I can, right, real quick, man. Click that thing more because everyone kind of bruises on their legs, right?
We have one more category left, the most important one. And I think we should take our time for this one, the best overall hack. We mentioned briefly on Friday that we wanted to build on to the ecosystem idea about these kind of events. We said hello to Sarah, just join me quickly on the stage, to Tech Barbecue, represented by Sarah here, who has offered this year to actually award the winners of the best overall hack with tickets for the Tech Barbecue in the end of August, I think it is, right? Yes. So yeah, in the end of August, you can join me, Sarah, and a lot of other cool people from the industry and from the AEC and tech environment on Tech Barbecue. We want to kind of see how we can build these things together somehow, right? So we're looking forward to that. And you have a comment?
What is Tech Barbecue? For those that don't know.
Okay, well, I made a very short introduction on Friday, but I can repeat. So Tech Barbecue is the biggest tech summit in Scandinavia, right here in Copenhagen. We have our event on late August, and we currently have a project called Urban Tech, so everything within the urban environment and technology, which is where you guys come in, super relevant. So we are very happy to have the winning team on board, and I hope to see a lot of you in 6 months, either as participants or as startups.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. And let's see what is going on the screen here. Let's get the vibe going, guys. Who is it? Who can it be? So, Team Projector. Projector team, join us, please. Wow. Please join us on stage. In the middle, maybe. Wow, that's super cool and very cool hack. Get all of your cool features. I will just quickly stand over here. And maybe we could get a comment or two from you guys.
Our communication
manager. I had a lot of fun. I just enjoyed the whole thing. We came with the intention to win, but I mean, the more this is also my first hackathon, and I would say that the more time went by, I cared less about winning, because I thought this is already so much fun, and I'm learning so much, and I'm working with, like, I get to work in a different way with someone that I usually work with in the office, and I get to meet completely new people and get introduced to new ways of thinking and working. Such an amazing event. Yeah, thanks everyone.
I'm just happy that in the beginning it was very hard to get people to join my team, but I found 2 people who kind of believed in the idea, and then, yeah, what happened?
Honestly, he's true, because I saw this event on LinkedIn on Wednesday, signed up on Thursday. Never been a part of that. Never been a part of a hackathon, and also, as I say, it's the new way of working for me, being in tech. So this was an amazing way to get introduced to it. So thank you for taking your time to doing all of these things. Saturday morning, around 9:05, we stood over there, and his first question was, "Do you have a team? No. Do you want to win? Yeah. Okay, you're with us." So he's not lying. That is not a lie. That's what he said. So yeah, that's true. Then he said he was an architect working for a large company, and I said, no, not sorry, no. But no, but honestly, that was for me, thank you so much. This was an amazing event to get introduced to. So, yeah, tried. I don't know if I have to do it again because the winning streak is quite good right now. So,
I really hope to see you guys next year again. I mean, it's not only about winning, even though you're owning it right now. It's quite cool, and I get it. But winning is also being a part of the community. And thank you so much for participating. Remember to get those cool photos, and let's give them a final hand. Amazing, guys, amazing. So thank you, thank you. Okay.
From me to all of you, I need to wrap up, coming to a close here. Of course, to be very honest and very personal and very straightforward, this really warms my heart to listen to you. You saying this is not necessarily only about the tech, the great solutions, but it's also a question about meeting new people. And that is the story of this place, to be honest. So thank you so much for appreciating that, for appreciating coming out. I know it's been a rough weekend. You are back on track tomorrow morning in your everyday work. So thank you so much for coming out. One of you said during the presentations that, you know, you don't necessarily have to have a challenge on Friday night because the challenge will track you throughout the weekend. I thought that was a cool remark. But that happens when people meet people, right? So thank you again for that. And of course, the companies we have on the screen here, thank you so much for that. Damon, you said it so rightly on Friday night. This is not about a single company sponsoring an event. This is not about a single tech company wanting to promote tech. This is about companies that want to unite people, meeting and developing and essentially innovating the industry. So thank you so much to all the different partners here. So yeah, big round of applause for the partners, please. But of course, coming to a close, I want to thank a couple of people here. I know Cecilia, can you hear me? Is she here? Cecilia, please come on stage. And Britt, please come on stage. Yeah. Damon, please come a little closer. Asker, please come a little closer. I want you to clap again for the last time this weekend for these four lovely people. Without them, nothing had happened. Cecilia, events, and Britt, communication, Asker, the project lead, and the top Rona dude in the end here. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thanks for your hard effort. Thank you so much. Last applause for this beautiful team. Thank you so much. And last but not least, of course, the three judges. Michael, would you please step up here? Sala, please, and Thiago, please. We have a little something for you. Thank you for taking time out this weekend. Sala coming from Tampere, spending a weekend in Copenhagen with us. Thank you so much. We couldn't give you champagne because we know you're flying back in due course, right? So here's a little something for you. A local photographer, Ole Christiansen, who is quite famous here in Denmark. A little something on I would call that mixed mobility, right? A bike and a motorbike. So that's picture this in Copenhagen. But a big round of applause for our three judges. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And then at the end, maybe you remember me mentioning that on Friday night when we started out. We are going to contact you. We're going to reach out to every team in order for you to reflect on, do you want to sort of get into a dialogue with the partners and the partnership behind this event in order for you to boost your ideas? You could do that if you want to. Last year, 3 projects actually did that, as I think I said on Friday night, actually communicating the ideas and the innovation to the rest of the industry as a kind of lever for others in the industry to learn more about the great ideas that you've worked through this weekend. So we are going to come back to you, and then you can say yes or no. We would like to come back and talk to the partners at a workshop later this spring. But finally, my final slide will be this one. I hope to see you next year because, of course, we're going to do this again, the 8th time that will be. So please, if you want to, we hope to see you again next year. That will be on the 27th of March to the 29th of March, roughly 13 months from now. 2/3 of you this year was the first time here. I hope you'll be back. The last third of you have been here before. I hope you will be back, and I hope we'll see many more new people at the next year's hackathon. So from me and from the whole team of BlockStop, thank you so much for spending time with us. I hope you enjoyed us. I get the feeling that you actually enjoyed it. So thank you so much. See you next year.
And if I may, because it didn't seem that I was quick enough to get this in my haste for doing the presentation. So for the event next year, this code will only be active for 48 hours. If you scan this QR code, this will take you to the event for next year. I will give you a code where you'll get 50% off your ticket price. Okay? So if you know you're coming next year, do that now. I'll give you this because it will be off in 48 hours. Well, I'll give you a bite of mine. But anyways, but outside of that, and thank you, Torben and team. So thank you, everyone.
Now get some networking and mingling and coffee and beers and whatnot. Take care, guys. Thank you.